Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started. We're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Bouchard, would you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. All right, we have 3.5 hours, and as I mentioned before, I know some of you have signed up. We have your pink cards. You will get first preference as soon as I get the pink cards when our clerk gets here. So please bear with me. I apologize. Some folks who were in line the last time, we will get to you as quickly as I can and as expeditiously as I can. First speaker, Representative Papavoci. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Popovich-Miller. I represent Rockingham 17, and I am a co-sponsor of the Right to Work bill. Let me start my testimony by answering a question that I've often heard in the previous testimonies. Why wouldn't everyone want a union job? I don't want a union job because I do not agree that somebody should be paid more and be given first choice of work assignments because they've been there for longer and they have seniority. I don't want a union job because I want to be able to negotiate my own contract to suit my own personal preferences instead of having to agree to a one-size-fits-all contract negotiated by the union. I was also born and raised in a communist country. I do not take it kindly to being forced to do something I do not willingly choose to do. There are other reasons, but we only have so much time. Now, I do not want a union job for myself, but I also do not want to impose my beliefs on others. I respect the choices of people who want one and would never prevent them from choosing to be in a union if that is what is best for them. The bill is about protecting everyone's right to make their own choices. We all know what's best for us better than a government official or a union leader. This bill supports the right of workers to voluntarily organize in union. It just protects each worker's civil rights and freedom of association by prohibiting the payment of union dues from being a required condition of employment. For the record, CWA versus Beck diminished but did not eliminate the right of unions to collect fees from everyone in the workplace, regardless of whether they wanted to join a union or not. The court ruled that the collection and disbursement of agencies' fees for purposes other than collective bargaining violated the rights, but it did allow the unions to collect fees from non-members for collective bargaining. And to come to the core of my testimony, one expression that I've heard, and I'm sure you'll hear again and again, was free riders, who supposedly take advantage of a federal law that forces union to represent all workers at a company, whether or not they pay union dues, treating unions unfairly. I believe that every person who said that believes it is true, but unfortunately that is simply not the case. Federal law does not obligate unions to represent non-members. Under the National Labor Relations Act, unions can choose to represent only their dues-paying members under a members-only contract. Unions are only required to represent all workers if unions choose to take on exclusive bargaining representation to gain a monopoly on union representation in that negotiation unit. They do not do this selflessly. They use their bargaining monopoly to eliminate competition from other unions. They use it to gain more power of the employer by not allowing them to negotiate different contracts with non-union members, and they use it to make union contract staples like seniority possible by preventing high-performing workers harmed by those provisions from negotiating their own contracts with pay based on merit. Yes, if unions opt for exclusive representation, federal law requires union to negotiate equally for all workers to protect non-union workers from being negotiated into lower wages or poorer working conditions against their will. Member-only unions are not required to represent non-members, completely eliminating any concern about free riders. To summarize, unions choose to negotiate as an exclusive representative in order to benefit themselves and their members, and then frankly they have the chutzpah to call the people they coerced into being represented by the union free riders, to falsely suggest that they are somehow to blame for a situation the union created. If free riders are a burden to the union can eliminate them by choosing to be a members-only union. If a union chooses to ask for exclusive bargaining in a right-to-work state, they do so knowing full well that their choice is beneficial to them, regardless of what they call the free rider issue. This bill respects the right of every worker who chooses to be a union member to become one and enjoy the union representation they desire, and it eliminates the right of unions to force unwilling people to pay for services they do not want and are coerced into using, even when they consider those services detrimental to themselves. Both are desirable policy goals and worthy of support. I would be happy to answer any questions, and I cannot stay here as long as I would like. I have to be in executive session at 10:30. I would encourage anyone who wants to talk to me about this bill to call and text me at 603-267-4142. One last note. Every time I come to a session and I see people with signs in front of the building, I stop and talk to them. This is my first term, but I've still done this about 15 times already. This is the first time when I stopped to talk to a group of people and they asked me whether I support the bill or not. And when I said I'm a co-sponsor, they said, I don't want to talk to you. I'd like to think that that was just a few of the members who feel more strongly. I would welcome conversations with anybody who disagrees with my testimony. I have reconsidered my position when I was shown to be wrong. But to do that, we got to sit down and talk about it. And I'm open to being told I'm wrong. I just, that takes a conversation. So I'm open to that. I left some of my business cards in there, and I'll be at the back of the building, at the back of the room as much as I can to allow for people to engage. Thank you so much. And obviously, I'll take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next pink card is my good friend Mark Hayward from the N1 News Guild.
Good morning, Chairman and Vice Chairman Seaworth, and members of the House Labor Committee. My name is Mark Hayward. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire News Guild. We represent journalists, advertising sales reps, customer service reps, and office workers at the New Hampshire Union Leader. We see House Bill 1377 as a grow government bill that's going to make more work for the New Hampshire legislature. Last month, I attended the round one of this hearing, and I heard a lot of people say we have problems when it comes to housing, homelessness, healthcare, and we believe that the best way to address those issues is to encourage and protect a strong middle class in this state. I think I have a lot of union members here, so if I can ask them a few questions. Could you raise your hand if you own your own house or make rental payments on time? How about, are you covered by health care, either from your employer or your union? And after a hard day's work, can you go home and find time to help your kids with their homework, play ball with them, take them to dance or music classes? Right? These are stable members of your communities. They're responsible individuals. They work hard. They don't come here to ask for a handout. They pay their taxes. Hell, once in a while, they might even vote Republican. House Bill 1377 will hurt them and the ability of our unions to represent us. Some of us might fall out of the middle class, have to take a second job, can't pay bills, lose the house, drugs and alcohol, families fall apart, kids suffer. And that means they come here to ask not to protect their jobs, but they ask for assistance and handouts, right? We all know that the biggest problems you guys face here isn't abortion or guns or school books, it's spending and taxes. That's the hard part of your job. Affordable housing, expanded Medicaid, food stamps, mental health services, drug and alcohol abuse. Why is that? The loss of the middle class. From 1983 to the present, right, the number of people represented by unions in the workforce has gone from 20% to 10%. Also during that time, the middle class has shrunk, according to research from Pew Research, from about 61% to 50%. Also during that time, the last 40 years, federal government spending has increased from 1.7 trillion in today's dollars to 5.1 trillion. So it's pretty simple. Unions in the middle class shrink, government grows. If you want to keep your job manageable, you want to protect the middle class in the state, you want to keep government small, protect the unions. Thanks so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hayward. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can't pronounce I cannot read your last name, sir. Bill Havey. IU Pat, District Local 335.
What was that?
Bill Havey, Harvey.
IU Pat. Hey, is anybody Bill Harvey out here? Bill Harvey, Bill Harvey, Bill Harvey.
All right, we'll keep that one warm here. Gee, I'm not going to do any better.
Group that can't get into the room because obviously it's very small. So you have to be patient.
Excuse me?
And there's a large group that can't get into the room, so you have to be patient while they look for the individual.
I didn't think I was being impatient. What is that?
It's a public hearing.
Dave Spicoli, New Hampshire Building Trades. Thank you. Did I get that right, sir?
Spiculi, yeah, close enough, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, honorable committee members, my name is Dave Spiculi. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Building and Construction Trades Council and also a member of Local 976 Laborers Union out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The New Hampshire construction and building trade represents nearly 2,000 working families in New Hampshire. We are an umbrella organization of local construction unions in partnership with private contractors and small businesses that provide high standard training workers in the construction industry. Our mission is to provide for these construction projects while creating more and fair, just environment in the construction industry. The workers and trades that my organization represent have special skills and experience, which are required through years of on-the-job training and education provided by our apprenticeship training classes and other training classes. This education and job training to workers is provided through funds raised by our local members and collective bargaining agreements at zero cost to the taxpayer. This bill would destroy the funding and training mechanisms that would ultimately end up costing more to our taxpayers for money for poorly constructed projects and need funding for training projects for workers who already have become tradesmen. Our workers are the best in the construction business. Through contracts and agreements with private business owners, the unions that make up New Hampshire Building and Construction Trades have created a system to staff projects of all sizes and who have received years of training in their respective fields. This is why our workers are coveted for projects such as construction work to be done in new biofabrication cluster in the city of Manchester, which is set to become the global leader in regenerative tissue and organs. The biofabrication cluster, which represents over $40 million in funding, has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the New Hampshire Building and Construction Trades for our workers to do the construction and the filling of the facilities that will have a cutting edge in this new technology. House Bill 1377, the so-called right to work, if passed, would strip workers of the protections afforded by these agreements between two private business entities, as well as been in other states have passed similar laws, which also lower wages and endanger workers and safety by destroying the mechanisms we have built through our training classes for our highly skilled workers. We see no reason why the state should be interfering in the business decision of two private businesses and cannot think of another situation where in the live free or die state, the government feels the need to get in between employers and employees' relationship. This is not the way we do things in New Hampshire, and we respectfully ask the committee to vote ITL on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the presenter? Mr. McKenzie, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you for appearing before the committee. So the question I have, the building trades are somewhat different than a plant would be, for instance. So how do they come to be union members? And what would it be like if somebody who took advantage of the apprenticeship program and all those things ended up not being a union member after they petitioned to get in the local? So how did they get in, and then what would the impact be? if they-
Thank you for your question. Yeah, so how they get in is to each of individual trade. If you wanted to become an electrician, you go to the electricians union, apply for their entrance there. Same with iron workers, same with, I mean, all the trades are pretty much the same, carpenters, laborers. You go, you talk to the business managers there, you apply for the apprenticeship programs, you get sent to school, you get typically 400 hours worth of training, 4,000 or so hours on the job training. And if you decide not to be a member at that point anymore, you simply stop paying your dues and you continue to, you're still afforded all the training that you got. You're still afforded any certifications that you have. So you can simply not pay your dues and go non-union if that's what you feel like. There's no requirement stating that you have to stay a certain time frame. Nothing that you have to give back or pay back after you decide not to. I mean, it's a choice you make. You either continue to pay your dues and stay a member, or you walk away. Any other questions?
Representative Love.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, you mentioned you have quite a few members and stuff, and I'm guessing that you offer good benefits packages and stuff. Would you expect, if this bill passes, would you be expecting for membership to decrease or increase or stay the same?
I would like to say that I would hope that everybody would maintain their allegiance to each individual trade that they have, and I think that that would probably be the case, but there would be some people that would absolutely not do it. I mean, if you no longer had to pay for your gym membership, but you still got to go to the gym, I would see a lot of people that would not pay for the gym membership. You know, if you're getting something for free, there's always that aspect of why continue to do this. And we would still be having to represent all the people that decided not to pay their dues at a cost to all of us, which would significantly hurt the people that would continue to maintain their dues.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I've read where you know, union membership actually goes up in right to work states, and it's because of the benefit. It's the product that's offered. You know, would you be wanting to buy a product that you didn't want? Like, say, for instance, if you were allergic to wheat bread, would you want Market Basket forcing wheat bread on you?
I don't see this as a forcing thing. You have a choice to join the union or not. No one's ever forced to join a union. No one's ever come to me and said, hey, you need to do this whether you like it or not. It's a choice I made. You know, that's why I don't understand what this bill is. It's like you're saying that we're like forcing these people to join unions, and we never do. Like, anybody who's ever come to me has come on their own free will. I've never said, hey, I'm going to call John Smith and make him come in here for an interview today to join my union. That's never happened in the history that I've been in. I've been in for 25 years. I've never known anybody to be forced to join a union. It's something that you do on your own free will because you know that there's benefits that far outweigh not having a union membership.
One more.
One more.
Would you believe I have?
You have what, sir?
I have been forced to join a union or lose my job.
Well, I don't know what union that would be. I would think that would be highly, pretty much unconstitutional at that
It
point.
was a while ago. But
So I don't know how anybody could force you to join a union. Sorry that it happened to you, obviously, because I don't think that's the right way a union should be representing itself. But I know of all the trades in the construction union, not a single person has been forced to join.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, everybody, for everything that you guys do as well.
What do you call David Bobo? B-O-B-O, David Bobo.
How's it going? How are you?
Very well, thank you.
So, I'm here as a representative of Gen X Construction Group, also a member of Local 352 for the past 9 years. I worked 20 years in the non-union sector. I can honestly state that becoming a union member was the best choice I made in my career as a construction worker. But also as a representation for Gen X Construction, I just wanted to read this letter that we've sent in. I believe you guys have all have read it. Our ownership has actually signed it and sent it in during the last meeting. As members of the New Hampshire business community and signatory contractors with the Carpenters Union, we are writing to express our strong opposition to House Bill 1377, the so-called Right to Work bill that is currently under consideration in the legislature. We believe that right to work is bad public policy because it mandates government interference in a free market and will adversely impact our New Hampshire-based business. If passed by legislator, the right to work will intrude on our businesses' ability to freely negotiate contracts that we determine are in the best interest of our company. That isn't a decision the state should be making, especially here in New Hampshire. House Bill 1377, Right to Work, isn't about workers' rights. Instead, it's an effort to weaken unions and will ultimately harm workers. Our communities and our businesses, our business employs more than 2,500 workers with good pay and competitive benefits. As building contractors, we consider the Carpenters Union a partner in our success because they help us deliver quality work to our clients in the most efficient manner. Working partnerships between the Carpenters Union and construction employers provide comprehensive, reliable, skilled, trained, and professionally development that is desperately needed in the construction industry. Where some see construction jobs as a temporary or unattractive, we see them as rewarding careers where skills are valued and professionalism grows through mutual respect and cooperation. The union shares those principles, and that's why our labor management apprenticeship model is the most successful recruiting and retention tool available to our companies. By weakening the unions and our training programs, Right to Work would make it harder for us to find and keep good employees in New Hampshire, and that would hurt our companies and the state's overall economy. We also believe that passing Right to Work will also harm our communities because studies show that states that have passed Right to Work have lower wages and health care coverage and higher rates of poverty. Pushing more people towards public assistance is not something we believe is good for our communities and ultimately costs our state more money in the long run. States that have so-called Right to Work laws also have a much higher rate of job site injury and death. We encourage you to focus on passing laws to improve workplace safety, not advance legislation that will make our job sites more dangerous. And on that, being a tax-paying member of the state of New Hampshire, I'm wondering why this bill keeps coming up every 2 years when it's been shot down every time. This bill would take money, it would take money out of my wallet and food off my table. I choose voluntarily to pay my dues for representation to make sure that my life and my safety is taken care of on a job site. The union does that. They help us to negotiate that, to make sure that that happens, that we're taken care of, so we can go home every night to spend time with our family, and we still have something at the end of our career to be able to enjoy. I'd appreciate it if you guys really considered not approving this legislation. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter? I have one, sir. You just mentioned states with Right to Work have more safety problems.
Correct.
Do you have any information you could provide the committee to that?
At this time, I don't have any handy, but I'd be more than happy to forward on any correspondence that you would need on that. If
there's an article, or there's some kind of data, I'd appreciate it.
There is, for sure. I can make sure that you get that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna look for, Bill Havey again. IPAT, District Council 35. Sure. Haney. We do have the cards. We're going through the cards for those folks who have signed up before. Try to give you first dibs, all right? Representative Cahill.
Just a suggestion, Mr. Chair, if this comes back in another year or two, maybe we should ask people to write a number and we'll pick a number, just like the deli counter. Let's hope we don't have to do it though.
Are you Bill?
I am.
And what is your last name, sir?
It's Lang. I believe the wrong last name. I'm with District Council
Oh,
35.
I guess that could be. Yeah, sure. Okay. All right, Mr. Lang.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thanks for your time today. My name is Billy Lang. I'm a resident of Derry, New Hampshire, taxpayer, homeowner. I'm also a business rep for District Council 35 of the Painters and Allied Trades. I represent over 4,000 members in that capacity, but I'm not just a representative of my union, I'm also a member. Here to speak against right to work today. I'll tell you right now, I owe everything to this union, right? My generation is having a hard time being able to purchase a home, having a hard time finding careers as opposed to jobs. And I always say the difference between a job and a career is that your career actually has an end point. So unions provide that. For me, I know that at some point I'm gonna be able to stop working and I'm gonna be able to retire with dignity. Not only that, but I'll tell you right now, I'm actually coming back from the state of Florida. Last week I was down there for an organizing drive. Florida is a right to work state. So this last week, I've had to listen to the hardships and the horrors of workers in a state that have been employed by their employer for going on 10, 15 years, and they just broke $15 an hour. On average, right to work states, employees make 15% less than states without right to work laws. I'm asking you to think today about the people that you live with in the state of New Hampshire and which ones of them can take a 15% pay cut. This state is already, there's a misconception that it's a very affordable place to live. Everybody in here knows that that's not true. The cost of living is not any different than it is in any of the surrounding states that are not right to work. We can't afford to take a 15% pay cut. We can't afford more contractors coming in here and more employers coming in here thinking that they can get away with whatever they want with the working class in the state of New Hampshire. That's all I got today. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mr. Lang? I have two for you, please. One's a comment. I really like what you just said. I've never heard that before, the difference between a job and a career. So I'm going to use that, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Piece of wisdom. The second, do you work here in the state of New Hampshire?
I do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Actually, I'm going to give this to my political director, and he'll handle it from here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to deal with a few of these pink cards here from the last time. Is City Councilor Karen Hill here from Lebanon by any chance?
Karen Leon Hill. Leon Hill. I don't think so. Oh, she is here.
Thank you very much. Pass a bunch of these down.
She is here, she's out in the hall.
Karen Hill? All right, Tracy St. Clair?
It's Leo.
Yeah. All right.
Is it the Karen Hill?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you'll be next, Miss St. Clair. You're all set.
Great.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Karen Leo Hill. I am a 19-year city councilor in Lebanon, the former mayor, and I'm also the county treasurer, Grafton County treasurer. I'll be brief. I have testified, in fact, Facebook reminded me of a memory of, I think, testifying in 2011 against right to work legislation in New Hampshire. It was in a much larger venue, and then you could see all the people amassed. But right to work has been wrong for New Hampshire for a long time. And in my perspective, as a city councilor, I sit on the other side of labor at the bargaining table, but I am here in solidarity. Right to work is wrong for New Hampshire. Thank you.
All right, any questions for the counselor? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy St. Clair.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Tracy St. Clair. I am a very proud union member, have been for 28, 30 years. I'm currently a field representative with Teamsters Local 633 here in New Hampshire. I'm also a resident in Albany, New Hampshire. I'm here today in opposition of House Bill 1377, Right to Work. Statistics show in states with right-to-work laws, the poverty rates are higher, 15.3% overall, 21.4% for children, which is just terrible, frankly, compared with poverty rates of 12.8% overall and 18% for children in states without these laws. Again, all of that is very sad. We don't need to make those things worse. Additionally, people under the age of 65 in states with no right-to-work laws are more likely to be uninsured, 13% compared with 9.4% in free bargaining states. In our world today, we can't afford to take any actions which contribute to higher poverty rates, more homeless families, and more of our friends and family without health insurance, with rising costs of health insurance and living in general. New Hampshire is ranked number 10 in the nation for the high costs of health care. It's not uncommon for people to lose their homes, have to file bankruptcy just based on healthcare costs alone. Union jobs provide excellent benefits and health care, which help take care of that problem in and of itself. Right to work is wrong because the legislation forces union representatives to work for free on behalf of employees who request union representation but don't pay for that representation. This representation is not only in the event of discipline or something along those lines, but additionally in negotiating the benefits and wages that they also enjoy, not only the paying dues members. In New Hampshire, we pride ourselves in being the live free or die state. To allow a legislative body to make such important decisions on behalf of residents and voters of this state is in direct conflict with those beliefs. We want to make those decisions ourselves and leave that at a local level. Workers should have the liberty to choose by voting whether to join a union. I urge this committee to vote ITL on House Bill 1377. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the presenter? Ms. St. Clair, can you tell me how many members you have in New Hampshire and local 633?
Roughly 5,400, and that's in many different sectors. We represent public sector as well as private sector, so it's many, many different employers and careers.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there a mic key here? Local 7? Doesn't look like a she, it looks like a K-E-Y.
Mike King, sir?
King? Sure.
Could be King.
Does it say where they're from, too?
It doesn't say. It just says local 7.
Council 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike King. I'm a local 7 iron worker since September of 2000. Thank you for having me. I want to thank everybody in the room for your attention today in this very serious matter. Right to work diminishes the prosperity of the masses. Okay, prosperity in the Webster Dictionary is defined as economic well-being, health, wealth, success. All these things New Hampshire is known for, okay? As far as quality of life in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is one of the highest states with the highest quality of life. Okay, peace of mind. Okay, the crime rate in New Hampshire is the lowest in the country, in Nashville, New Hampshire. Out of 10,000 city, towns, and villages in this great country that we live in, Nashville, New Hampshire has the lowest crime rate in the country. New Hampshire, #1 state to retire in. Most desirable state to retire in is in the United States of America, New Hampshire. Quality of life is off the charts. Excuse me. Okay. The safest states to live in America, the #1 is New Hampshire, #2 is Maine, #3 is Vermont. Okay. Out of the top 100 cities in America that are safest, 40% of them are in the Northeast Corridor. Now, why is that? Okay. That has to do with union density. Because unions offer great jobs, great paying jobs, great benefits, health care, retirements. Life, the ideal life is set up with 25 years of learning, 40 years of earning, and the rest for yearning. Okay? Now, we all strive to get to that yearning stage. That's our goal in life, right? Okay? Now, when you work for a union compared to a right-to-work business, there's a pot of gold there at the end of the tunnel for you. Because when you retire, you need resources. Okay? According to the Vanguard Group, December of last year, a couple of months ago, the average American retires with $112,000 in their 401k. Folks, we all live, okay? With hamburger at $8 a pound, I worked in a meat locker for 42 years. 20 full-time, 22 part-time while I did iron work for 22 years. $8 a pound for hamburger? That's 50 cents an ounce. You know how much an ounce of hamburger is? It's a pinch. Okay? A loaf of bread is $3. Okay? A dozen eggs is $3.50. That's not a pot of gold, folks, that the right to work is going to give you in the end to afford that. Okay? That's a can of soup. Okay? Now, right to work, there's only one pot of gold, and that's going to go to the owner. Okay? Now, when you work for a union, you have great benefits, as I said earlier. You have health care, you have annuity, you have a pension. These things don't matter. So not only does the owner have a pot of gold, but the employee does too. And that's what matters. I bought a house in New Hampshire, Manchester, New Hampshire, in March of 2003, for the very fact that I knew that New Hampshire was high in quality of life, and it brought me great peace of mind. Now that stuff is priceless. Okay? We're asking that you don't give this away to just one person, that you shoo this right to work agenda away. Okay? Promote the unionism in this state. Give people dignity when they retire. That's what's in that pot of gold. Dignity, respect. Okay? They're not going to get that with right to work. The owner's going to get it, but the masses need it. Folks, I thank you for your time, and I hope that I was able to deter your thoughts about even putting this foot forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the presenter?
Is there a question?
No?
Sure. I mean, I'll be more than happy to answer your questions.
No, we're all set. Thank you.
Sure, sir?
Yeah, you
Okay.
you did a very good job, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Another one. Learning, yearning, learning, earning, and yearning. Thank you. Scott Goes, Teamster 633.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Scott Gove. I'm a current recording secretary of Teamsters Local 633 of Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm here today in opposition of House Bill 1377, Right to Work. According to New Hampshire Department of Labor, New Hampshire, high cost of housing and utilities are the major factors in corporate relocation decisions and not New Hampshire's right to work status. Right to work is wrong because the legislation forces union representatives to work for free on behalf of employees who request union representation but won't pay for that representation. Right to work legislation allows employers to keep wages lower, benefits scarcer, and in some cases, abuses quiet. It benefits employers whose goals are to keep employees divided and distracted. Right to work is wrong and is not needed in New Hampshire. It is fundamentally un-American. In New Hampshire, we have a 2.3% unemployment with over 17,000 job openings available. Workers should have the liberty to choose by voting whether to join a union. I urge this committee to vote ITL on House Bill 1377. Thank you. On a more personal note, I worked in this community in New Hampshire for 36 years, delivering packages probably to many of your homes. I raised 3 children with the wages and benefits of my union, along with my brothers and sisters that sit behind me and also out in the hall. One is graduating with an electrical engineering degree from the University of New Hampshire. The other is the second-year student at Keene State. Without the ability and the pay and the benefits and the retirement benefits that the union has provided my family, I don't know if my children would have that ability and that I would have those resources to help them go to school and get a further their education. Again, I urge you to vote ITL, and I thank you for your time, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much. McCain Boddicker, New England Citizens for Right to Work.
Yeah.
Did I butcher your name?
You know, closer than most people. It's a tough name. McCain Bedecker is how I pronounce it, but dealer's choice. All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name's McCain Bedecker, and I'm the Executive Director of New England Citizens for Right to Work. Here to speak in support of House Bill 1377 and the freedom of association that it advances. This bill would protect workers from being compelled to pay union dues or fees without their consent in order to work for a living. Finally, making New Hampshire a right to work state. Unfortunately, under current law, a union boss can claim monopoly bargaining power over dissenting workers, taking away the individual's right to negotiate for themselves. The union boss then demands the government enforced authority to extract mandatory dues or fees from that unwilling worker, adding insult to injury. As polls show, the vast majority of voters agree. It's just plain wrong. This bill would guarantee workers the right to decide for themselves whether or not a labor union deserves their financial support, same as any other private organization. Once, when asked if you would support a controversial resolution at a national union convention, former Iowa State Education Association Executive Director Fred Comer said, "Hell no, we don't support it. Iowa's a right to work state. We have to earn our membership. If we supported that, we'd lose too many members." You see, without right to work protections, there's little incentive for union officials to offer a good service to their members. They can compel people to pay them either way. Fact is, good unions don't need forced dues, and bad unions don't deserve them. Furthermore, it's clear that right to work would help New Hampshire's economic outlook. 2012 to 2022, the number of people employed grew by 6.7% in New Hampshire, 8.6% in all such forced unionism states. Right to work states, on the other hand, enjoyed employment growth of 15.7%, more than double ours. And it's no surprise because area development magazine surveys have consistently found anywhere from 50 to 80% of business leaders and site selection consultants consider states' right to work status either important or very important to their decisions. Furthermore, merit data reveals residents of right to work states enjoy roughly $2,600 more in average cost of living adjusted disposable income per person per year That's more than 10,000 in purchasing power for a family of 4. Clearly, not only is right to work the morally right thing to do, protecting this freedom will also help New Hampshire workers and the New Hampshire economy. Therefore, on behalf of our tens of thousands of members and supporters across the state, I urge the committee to support House Bill 1377. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the presenter?
Concord.
No,
I live in
sorry.
Concord.
Can I just follow
Yes.
up? So, you said people are paying dues without consent. I've been paying dues for 28 years because I want to, not because I'm forced to. I don't understand where you get the without consent part.
I'm not saying that everybody pays dues without consent.
Well, you kind of did, because you didn't
But
say
people
some
do.
people do.
All right. Question. Yeah, let
Sorry.
Him, let him. No, it's all right. It's all right. Representative Leclerc, he's going to answer. I'll let you ask other questions.
All right.
You can answer the question.
My apologies, sir.
That's not a common sense understanding of the English language. And just because one person does one thing doesn't mean that everybody else is uniform in that behavior. There are people that are compelled to pay dues to keep their job or get their job because New Hampshire is not a right to work state. They would not join the union or pay the union a dime if they had the choice, but because of current law in New Hampshire, they're compelled to make those payments.
Your follow-up, Representative Leclerc?
There's a lot of follow-up, but I'm not sure where to start, to be honest, and it's probably a conversation that would last longer than
Well,
we'd all like.
Why don't you give it think of your 2 good questions or your 2 best questions, and then if you'd like to speak with the presenter outside, you can do that.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you as well. You know, forced unionism. What's that?
It would be the concept that some workers are forced to pay union dues in order to get or keep their jobs. So the unionism would be the association with the union. The forced part would be that it's involuntary. It's a matter of labor law because New Hampshire is not a right to work state.
Right. Again, I just don't want to battle right here as much as I'd like to, but I don't know. Like I said, you know, if we want to chat on a different level, we can definitely do that. But for the sake of time and for the sake of everybody here, I'm not gonna go too crazy. So, thank you, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the presenter? Representative McKenzie.
So, are you familiar with the National Labor Relations Act?
I am.
Okay, so isn't it illegal under the National Labor Relations Act to force somebody to be a union member? It's illegal, correct, under the federal law?
So it is not illegal to force people to associate with the union. It is allowed under the National Labor Relations Act unless states opt out under Section 14B of the Taft-Hartley Act, which amended the National Labor Relations Act by passing a state right to work law. In states like New Hampshire, unions are perfectly able to force workers to associate with them.
Follow-up question. So, but that's your understanding of the National Labor Relations Act, that members can be compelled to be in a union in spite of the fact that that would be illegal in the United States. It's already been decided. But your opinion is they can be forced in New Hampshire.
Webster's dictionary defines join a union as to associate oneself with. Certainly any worker compelled to provide material support for an organization is inherently compelled to associate with it. Funding an organization is the deepest form of association. Forced unionism violates an individual worker's freedom of association, whether or not the union lists him on official membership rolls or lets him vote on internal affairs. And sometimes union bosses will distort the facts even further. Consider carefully this quote from Article 2, Section 1 of the United Auto Workers' new national contract. Employees covered by this agreement at the time it becomes effective and who are members of the union at that time shall be required as a condition of continued employment to continue membership in the union for the duration of this agreement. Employees covered by this agreement who are not members at this time this agreement becomes effective shall be required, as a condition of continued employment, to become members of the union. Perhaps the UAW is being frank here, and their practices fall short of what's permissible under current law, or perhaps the UAW is simply trying to mislead workers, strong-arming them into submission. Either way, right to work law would help shield Granite Staters from such injustice.
The only thing, Mr. Chairman, is that I would like to see the source of that, and whether or not that's an interpretation that's being advanced here. Again, it would be a violation of the National Labor Relations Act to force somebody to be a union member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you have, if the presenter has any kind of information that you could provide to the chair, I would appreciate that to get that to the committee.
Sure, it's
regarding
Article
that.
2, Section 1 of the United Auto Workers new national contract.
You could get
And that's
that
a
to me.
direct quote
All
from
right,
the
thank you.
contract. Thank you.
Representative Love.
Point of order and ask the people out in the hall
That was my
to
next
keep
thing.
the noise
If
down.
some gentleman toward the end would ask people in the hallway to be a little quiet, I don't want to close the door because it's winter and some people are sick, and I don't want it to get too hot in here, and I have the window open so we got some fresh air. So thank you. Thank you for presenting. Any other questions? Seeing none. Next, I don't.
Testimony, he has it written in a way that he can give to us.
If you have any written testimony, we'd be happy to take it for the committee. There's no name on this. It is the New Hampshire Jewish Clergy. It says multiple Jewish faith leaders statewide. There's no name. Is there?
Yeah, can somebody just shout in the hallway to see if a Jewish clergy representative is there? If not, they asked that their testimony be entered.
This is today's card, so I would expect someone would probably be here. The next is going to be Reverend Dr. Gail Kinney is up next. How about that? So if anyone from the Jewish clergy comes in, I will get them next.
Okay. Well, Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Gail Kinney, and I reside in Canaan, New Hampshire. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Economic Justice Team of the New Hampshire United Church of Christ, which is the UCC, the largest Protestant denomination in New Hampshire. You may be more familiar with UCC as the Congregational Churches. And our tradition and multiple faith traditions across the state have been telling this committee and this legislature for years or decades that they vigorously oppose the deceptively labeled law right to work bills whenever they have been introduced. I want to add just the Jewish Clergy Association in New Hampshire has asked that their testimony be entered. So I'm going to, since they're not outside right now or haven't presented, I'm going to do that at the end of my testimony, just enter the testimony. I also, just as an aside, we've heard several times now the reference to union bosses. I am a longtime church pastor. I am also a proud union member. And formerly I was the national secretary treasurer of my union. And okay, what does a union boss look like to you? Do I look like a union boss? So I just want to say that. Reverend Dr. Gail Kinney, the union boss. Our faith leads us to understand that workers deserve to have a voice on the job and the right to come together collectively. We also believe that New Hampshire employers with unions have a right to negotiate with their workers without the heavy hand of the legislature telling them what specific contractual decisions can or cannot be in the contract that employers choose willingly to negotiate with their workers. So if the out-of-state architects, representative of the National Right to Work Committee through the name New England Right to Work Committee, and other national architects of this bill came to you bearing truth as opposed to false witness, they would tell you where right to work came from. And I hope you know by now, but just in case you don't, just a real quick history. In the 1940s, in the Jim Crow South, workers in the textile industry and other places in the South decided to come together collectively, to organize collectively, to have a voice on the job and to negotiate over wages, benefits, and working conditions. Black workers and white workers in the South came together and began to form unions. Oh no, how can that possibly be happening in the Jim Crow South? So powerful industrialists, led by a gentleman named Vance Muse from Texas, got together and said, how can we stop this? And they dreamed up the concept of right to work, what they called right to work. They thought it was a great name that they invented. But the concept was to enter into law, made it to prohibit in law any kind of contractual provision that said that all workers who were represented by the union, black workers and white workers, should contribute to the cost of contract negotiations, not anything else, contract negotiations. And they felt specifically that if they could do this and say to white workers, you don't have to pay your union dues because we've passed a law in this state that you don't have to do that anymore, and encourage white workers not to pay union dues, that would completely eviscerate the collective power of the union in that particular workplace. And Vance Muse, who was leading this effort all across the South, from Texas to the Atlantic Ocean, he also went before a U.S. Senate hearing to talk about the value of these new laws that he had dreamed up. And he said to the U.S. Senate in the hearing, I'm a Southerner and a white supremacist, and this is the way to go. And then in his literature, he also said, this is what right to work is, okay? His literature promoting right to work laws said that if right to work laws were not passed, and then this is a quote, and forgive me for saying this here, if right to work laws are not passed, white women and white men will be forced into organizations, meaning unions, with black African apes, whom they will have to call brother or lose their jobs. That is the origin of right to work. Its sole purpose is to divide workers on the job. That remains its sole purpose today. Just really quickly, we heard fantastical previous testimony in January from one of the sponsors of the bill who painted a picture and said, what if the New Hampshire AFL-CIO and Walmart got together in cahoots and forced every Walmart worker to become a union member? That's what would happen if we don't pass right to work laws. That is so far from reality coming from a sponsor. It's scary. Unionized workers already have the freedom to vote democratically on whether or not they want a clause in their contract calling for all workers to share modestly in the costs of representation and contract administration. New Hampshire employers have the right to choose whether or not to have such a clause in their contract that addresses workers sharing the modest cost of representation. I don't know why non-union employers are coming before you pleading for this, because every non-union employer, or frankly, every unionized employer in this state already has a choice as to whether or not to accept a certain provision in their contract. It's their choice. It shouldn't be your choice in the live free or die state. New Hampshire workers have a freedom to choose whether or not to seek employment in any place where there already exists a democratically organized union. It's already legally established that no worker can be forced to be a union member, and that the freedom and the process already exists to seek relief even from modest sharing in the cost of union representation. And I want to say something about construction. Construction contractors have the freedom to choose whether or not to enter into partnerships with their construction unions, so that the union, not the employer, the union bears the major responsibility for employee screening and training in a way that makes those contractors, those employers, more productive and competitive. If you prohibit these agreements in the state of New Hampshire, how is this legislature going to compensate those employers and make them whole? So one thing, at the last hearing, one of the proponents of the Right to Work bill said in the hearing, and I don't know if it was captured in the microphone or whether it was just an aside that he said afterwards, but what he said is he kind of turned to the side and he said, he sort of looked at this committee members and said, why don't you just vote 10 to 10 and be done with it? And the message to me about that is that nobody is listening. Nobody is listening to the employers that have come before you and said, don't do this to us. Just vote the way you've always voted and never mind the testimony. So with that, I implore you, don't be manipulated by the false witness that comes before you on this bill. Please just vote inexpedient to legislate, and please listen to the testimony. I want to enter into the record the Jewish clergy. I just want to read that the leaders of the Jewish clergy in New Hampshire, Rabbi Dan Aronson from Keene, Rabbi Beth Davidson from Manchester, Cantor Marlana Firstman from Bartlett, Rabbi Jan Katz from Laconia, Rabbi Donna Kirschbaum, Bethlehem, Rabbi Peter Levy of Derry, Cantor Amy Brenner Mitz of Sugar Hill, Rabbi Robin Nashi of Concord, Cantor Shira Nashi of Concord, Rabbi Mark Philippe of Manchester, Rabbi Joshua Siegel of Bennington, Cantor Wendy Sherman of Guilford, and Rabbi Kaya Stern Kaufman of Portsmouth have all collectively put in a statement saying, explaining in some detail their religious tradition, the Jewish religious tradition, and why right to work in the state of New Hampshire is wrong morally. And they too are asking inexpedient to legislate. So I entered their testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your testimony. When you were a union boss, did you force all your people to pay you or to join, and did you use that money for big vacations and things like that?
Absolutely not. Our members wanted very much to be a part of the union so that collectively they could have a voice on the job. It was something that people aspired to, which is why the workers came together collectively to form the union to begin with. No forcing involved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative, I know you need to get back to your committee. Representative Wheeler.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, thank you for your time. I will be extraordinarily brief, as you have many people here who will say the same things that I will, and I just wanted to affirm for the people of Peterborough, the union workers that I have in my town, that right to work is wrong for New Hampshire. I don't support it. The union workers here don't support it. Unions are important because workers, when they are individually working with their boss, don't have any power. And what unions need is that collective bargaining to allow themselves to have that power with their employer, to be able to make decent wages, to be able to get vacation hours, to be able to work more for their dollar. People deserve to be able to work one job and meet their wages. And what's happening right now in the United States, I know it because I'm living it right now. I get the privilege of being a legislator, but I have to be busy to make sure that the bills are made. People are underwater, and they need unions to be able to get them out of that, to be able to work collectively in order to move forward. And unions have built what we see here today. They're the reason we have the weekend. They're the reason we have any labor protection that we have right now. And I think supporting the unions is an important thing, and I'm here against right to work. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time, and I will get back to my committee.
Any questions for the representative as he scoots? Thank you very much. David Kaza, he was at a pink card from the previous hearing. C-A-Z-A.
It's Dennis.
Sorry, Dennis.
He's
Not here today? Okay.
yeah.
Rick Lawton from Teamster 633, who was, okay.
That's too bad.
Karen Irwin from Hopkinton. Yeah, I can't read that.
I'd say Joe, Representative Joe.
Good morning.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. My name is Karen Irwin, and thank you for this opportunity, Chairman and members of the committee, to speak to you in opposition. I'm speaking in opposition to House Bill 1377, and I hope you all join me in making a motion for this bill to be an expedient to legislate. I've spoken before on this bill, and I wanted to let you know that there are a lot that's already encapsulated that this bill seems to go after that's already encapsulated in federal and state legislation. The first is I am a former employee of the state of New Hampshire, and I am a member of the 1984 SEIU. I've been a long-term before I retired, and I'm a current retiree member of the union. Long time. I worked for the state for 34 years and been a member of that union for that time. I've worked with that union in a lot of ways. I've been I'm chairman of the conservative committee right now. I still am chairman of that committee. Even though I'm retired. I was a part of the collective bargaining team. And I was in a year that it was tough financial times. And we worked with the governor. You know, those that were elected to the collective bargaining committee worked with the governor on making sure we preserve jobs and that we cut medical costs where we could, and that we also got pay increases. We did that with a survey. The survey went out to people. When you are asked to join a union, you're asked to sign a card and ask for that money to be taken out of your paychecks. That's completely volunteer. And even after the Janus decision happened, which was June 27th, 2018, which eliminated the fair share membership requirement, which seems to be the crust of this bill, that no longer happens for public employees. The state of New Hampshire has 4 unions that represent 10,027 positions in 2022. Of those positions, only 7,527 were filled. And of those filled positions, SEIU represented 4,910, which were due paying members. So as you can see, overwhelmingly, voluntarily, people are joining unions because they believe in the principles it brings and the benefits it brings. So already in legislation, you know, there is that prohibition from the right to strike is already prohibited in the state legislation. And one thing this bill does that is completely unnecessary, even if it was to pass for some reason, this part should definitely come out of it, which is 273D9, which establishes a penalty section that says any person, employer, labor organization, agent, or representative of an employer or labor organization who directly or indirectly imposes upon any person a requirement prohibited by this chapter shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and may have a fine not exceeding $1,000 and up to 90 days in prison. There's no definition of this. I believe there is a fiscal note on this because they didn't know how they would impose this. How would you impose it for what? So please take that out. That doesn't belong in any part of right to work in any sense of the imagination. So the state contract that we get for years has been put together and organized by union representation, formed together by employees joining together to have one voice and full representation in the negotiation process and through elected leaders. The president or the union boss is an elected leader. So all of this is a very public, very well organized process. It saves the state of New Hampshire a lot of money from, having a negotiated contract that everybody comes to the table and having a process where contract infractions are go through committees and do everything. And so I respectfully request that any bill consider that New Hampshire workers, through being here and other things, have already demonstrated their worker rights through their voluntary membership of the many labor unions of the state of New Hampshire, and that this House Bill 1377 is not a New Hampshire worker priority. Please join me in voting this ITL. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there a representative? Joe Guthrie? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Guthrie for the record. I represent Hampstead. And I'm here mainly because get concerned when we see the bills over and over again. Quite sure you have more information than you really need to make a decision. And I just wanted to put a face on someone who votes against bills like this. I have voted against them. I'm one of the few that voted against a bill similar to this at the last time that was very controversial. So I would just like to tell you that my experience, and I'm the oldest member of the House, and I see a lot of white hairs, and I hope that says to me that you have the same kind of life experience that I may have had. And I came through as a young man in a union, was just beginning, and we had such a thing as scabs. I don't even know if anybody knows what that word means anywhere. It happened to be people who didn't want to pay their way, didn't want to pay their dues. And in those days, the union needed as much protection as they could have. And I think they still need that protection. And I'm sorry to see that there is a move that is doing anything to weaken the relationship between labor and the union. And I would suggest to you that that relationship is stronger and better when everybody participates and pays their way. Well, I don't really have any questions, but I will answer them. But I just wanted to put a face on someone who at least has gone through what the union went through, getting organized, and that was a different situation. I'd hate to see that go back where we resurrect the word scab. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a Nicholas Leiden here? Then after that, Representative Perez.
Pretty impressed I knew his handwriting was good. I did not know him. I didn't know he had it. I just want some props, man. Good job.
Good
Chris.
job. Good.
Good morning.
Mr. Leiden, IBEW. Welcome.
Chair, committee, thank you for taking tons of testimony. I know this is a little bit more than you guys usually get. I'll try to talk about things that haven't already been talked about. I wanted to give a little bit of my personal experience with unions. I'm a union electrician. Unlike a lot of the people that have spoken today, I'm not a lifelong union member. I did 18 years out of the union, working privately. Was never bothered. I was never forced to go and work in a union until actually the first interaction I had with the union was when I decided that I wanted to join a union because I wanted the retirement benefits that came with it. So I know the big thing that has been said in the positive towards this bill is that it's to protect workers from being harassed by unions. I worked 18 years for some of the biggest non-union contractors. I never got approached by unions, never got harassed to become a part of a union. Like I said, the first time that I ever spoke with a union rep, to become a union member was when I decided that I wanted to be. I understand what they're saying with if the unions offer a great product, then people will want to be union members. We all appreciate the roads, we appreciate the firefighters, but if taxes were opt-in, absolutely no one would opt in. We know that that's human nature. So to rely on people to opt in if it's a great business model and the government switch to it, be bankrupt within a real short amount of time, because again, it's just not in human nature to opt into things like that, even though we like the services that they provide. So even some of our members that enjoy the services that are being offered, they may not opt in. And in the state right now, we're electrical workers inside construction, we build buildings. We have a deficit of electrical workers right now, and we operate a multi-million-dollar training facility that was all privately paid for and privately funded. So we are providing electricians to the state of New Hampshire, never taken a dime of tax money for that. We haven't taken a tax break. That's all paid for by our members contributing to that and our contractors contributing. Like I said, I wanted to try and keep my testimony pretty short because I know there's a lot of people that want to speak. I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me if you said this, but doesn't your union also, as a benefit to future members and current members and the recruitment of a very important aspect of our economy, have a training academy too? A training facility?
Correct. Yes, we have a training facility. It was built in 2008 and it cost $1.3 million to build. We charge our students that come into our apprenticeship $200, that's it. It costs us about $2,800 just in the books per student. That's all paid for by the members contributing to the education of our future electricians. And again, this is an education that we provide without taking any money from the government to train electricians to work in this state.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. One more question. Representative Love?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard a lot where, unions complain that non-paying employees are benefiting from collective bargaining and all the benefits. And have the unions ever thought about going to the federal delegation where the problem actually exists as far as that goes, to remove that from National Labor Relations Board statutes, to make it so if I'm not paying, you don't have to serve me?
To my knowledge, no. We have obviously internationals that serve in DC and speak to that. For the most part though, our unions in the building trades all kind of operate autonomously. We're kind of our own government. We're set up much like you guys are. So as far as bargaining for your own benefits and your own wages, the other thing to keep in mind is we only set minimums. So we don't set speed limits. We don't set the cap. We have a lot of members that make well over what the basic requirements are. All we set with our CBA is this is the least that you can pay someone, but it's not the most you can pay someone. We have plenty of people that have negotiated for themselves above and beyond the union contract. Most of our general foremen and our foremen who are overseeing the bigger jobs like Lonza Pharmaceuticals and some of the bigger construction projects in the state, they get paid well over what our minimum CBA is. That's the basic of what you can offer, but you can always negotiate with your contractor if you're worth more to get more than what the CBA is. You're not limited in that sense.
Follow up?
My question was basically, the fact that unions complain that, there's freeloaders. Okay, I don't like that either. I don't think I should be getting. I should be able to walk into Market Basket and grab a half a dozen steaks and walk out. Okay, it's not right, and that's essentially what happens when there's somebody freeloading on the union. Okay, my question is: have unions, gone to the federal delegation where the problem? That's the crux of the problem, as far as that problem goes. I'd like to see a change myself, and it'd take the unions to do it. And it's not whether you you know, somebody can renegotiate their wages or anything. But, you know, has it ever happened?
To my knowledge, no. If I understand your question correctly, you're asking if we've ever gone and confronted like our international offices about what they're doing.
No, the federal
Oh,
delegation.
I'm sorry. I didn't
The
understand. the
senators
question.
and congressmen.
No, to my knowledge, I know that we have lobbyists and stuff up in DC like everyone does, but as far as what they're actively involved in, we don't really stay on top of it. That's kind of why we pay them. So, as just a business agent in New Hampshire, I try to focus on just what's going on in the state because, as you can see, there's plenty for us to focus on just right here.
Thank you for.
Would you have any idea why?
All right. All right, thank you for, sorry, David, Representative, he's not gonna be able to answer the question. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm sorry, Representative Cahill?
I'll stay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This probably isn't really an issue for you, but do you have any idea how long it takes to find an electrician to come to your house and fix something?
Yeah, pretty long time. There's a lot of labor shortages right now in the state. We're not devoid of that. We have issues too. Even trying to bring kids into the program, we can usually take in about 20 to 40, depending upon whether we split the class up. We struggle sometimes to get enough to fill those classes, and even when we have hiring sprees where we're looking for more workers, everyone that wants a job is working. So there's very few people that are out of work right now. So yeah, I know it's extremely difficult to get any trade, especially electricians, to come to work right now.
Thank you.
Especially your house, Michael. All right, thank you very much for your testimony. All right, Representative Perez, followed by Sarah Canoy, if she's here.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Maria Perez, and I'm a state representative from District 43 in Milford. I'm here to ask the committee to ITL this bill. This is a bill that is coming over and over again. As someone who, it was a union member back in the days when I worked for Senator Amy Klobuchar. Let me tell you, being a union member, it was the best thing that happened to me as an organizer for a senator. Just to give you a little bit of brief background, when you work as an organizer, you get paid salary. You're supposed to work 40 hours, but at the end of the day, you work 7 days a week, sometimes 80 to 100 hours a week. And after we got signed into a contract, and then we become part of the union, everything changed. Our rights changed. The way that we working, we didn't work 7 days a week anymore. We were allowed to have days off. We have sick time, and we have more benefits than before that we come in part of the union. My husband, he's an electrician here in New Hampshire. And then my son, he's an electrician in North Carolina. And to be honest, what we're seeing in the trade is like we need more people in the trade. We keep telling kids to get in debt to go to college and then be $200,000 to $300,000 in debt. And a lot of these kids don't even get a job in what they went to school for. And they ended up going to a trade school. Why we don't push more for people to be in the trades? Because that's what we need, the people right now. We don't have enough people. And I'm grateful that a lot of the unions, and I'm gonna be saying this, a lot of these unions have refugees, legal document people who come here, going into the trades, train them because they already have a background in their countries, and help them to make sure they get the proper training and they are part of the trade here in the US. So I'm grateful for the unions, and that's why I'm saying, please ITL this bill. It keep coming back. We don't need it in New Hampshire. We need more workers. We need more people in the trades. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Representative. See no questions? Thank you very much. Is Sarah Canoy here? She had pink card from last time. David Spignati?
I think that was from last time.
Yep, it was. It's trying to.
We already heard from him.
Earlier today, you
Oh.
recognize him?
That's right. I apologize. Reverend John Gregory Davis, followed by Deborah Howes, if she's here.
Yep, she's here.
Yes, hello. My name is Reverend John Gregory Davis with my partner Susan. I co-pastor the Congregational Church in Meriden, New Hampshire, and am part of the United Church of Christ that my colleague Gail referred to as the largest Protestant denomination in the state, which has consistently advocated worker rights. I want to begin by saying that I am not now, nor I have ever been, part of a union. But like most of you, I assume, unless any of you are independently wealthy, I work for a living. And those of us who work know what it means to be paid well, and we know what it means to be not paid well. We know what it means to take advantage of benefits that unions have made possible for us. Our world and our working conditions would be profoundly different had unions not organized to make sure that we had things like a 40-hour week, an 8-hour day, weekend, and time off. And we all benefit from that, regardless of whether we were part of the unions that advocated for that or not. And my guess is none of us would want to live in a world where that didn't happen. Now, let's be clear. It didn't happen because the employers said, let's take care of our people. Let's make sure that they're not overworked. It happened because unions organized to demand what their employers were unwilling to give. The strongest argument against this right to work so-called bill that strangely keeps coming up in the state, despite the fact that New Hampshire thus far has the distinction of being one of the few states that consistently says no, and I trust and hope we'll do that again. The strongest argument against it is that the proponents have so little faith in their argument that they chose to lie. And we keep talking about, we keep using their language, but their language is wrong. There's nothing about this that has anything to do with the right to work. There's nothing about it. It's a disingenuous misnaming of a bill to skew the conversation. Had they the honesty and the integrity, they would have called it something like right to exploit or right to work for less. Because this isn't about worker rights. This is about disempowering unions so that employers have more power. Now, let's also be clear that if the unions didn't exist, this bill wouldn't be here. And that's, of course, the goal of this bill, to disempower unions. The whole argument about, and to go back to your question, Representative Love, about why not just disengage people who don't want to be part of the union, that's missing the issue. The reason this matters to employers, and note, by the way, you're going to hear from very few, if any, workers that support this. The reason employers want this is because they know that the fewer people there are that are part of unions, they're paying dues, the less power the unions have. This is about disempowering unions. It's not about a right to work. And this is and I just want to be clear about the conversation so that we understand where we're coming from. And the argument about, freeloading, I mean, the argument used earlier was about taxes, that if people were said, well, if you don't want to pay your taxes, you'll still get all the benefits, but why should you have to pay taxes? Or if I ride up to a toll booth and I say, well, I believe in the right to drive, and I don't feel I should have to pay the toll. These are ridiculous arguments. We know that. And we ought to be we're wise enough, I think, to dismiss them, to name this disingenuous, dishonest, fundamentally immoral bill for what it is, and to make it inexpedient to legislate once again, as New Hampshire has done consistently thus far, and we are counting on you to do again this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend, for your testimony. Are there any? Deborah Howes, followed by Pamela Ian. Morning.
Okay, good morning, Chairman Infantine and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Deborah Howes, and I am the democratically elected president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. I'm not a union boss.
You're a union boss?
No, I'm not a union boss. The members of our 27 locals elected me president, and I'm here to represent them. And just to be clear, we have mostly public sector workers, but we also do have one private sector local, which is the Ringe Faculty Federation. So I'm here not only on behalf of our one private sector local, but also all of our union brothers and sisters and union family in the private sector. Because we are here in staunch opposition of HB 1377, the so-called right to work. It is and always has been not the New Hampshire way. It is an interference in negotiations between employers and employees as represented by their unions. We strongly stand for the rights of workers to join together in a union and negotiate with their employers over wages, hours, and working conditions, because that's what allows you to have reasonable working conditions, hours that allow you to do your job and still have a life afterwards, still be able to go home to your family and enjoy some time with them before the end of the day, before you're totally exhausted. It's something that we all kind of aspire to be able to, have a life outside of work. We are in opposition to HB 1377 because it represents government interference between what private employers and the employees can bargain over. And if those employers choose to agree with their employees that there should be a fee paid for the service of negotiating and maintaining the contract, then that fee can become a condition of employment. Just like the employer can set other conditions of employment, like dress code, or what the hours are you have to report to work. This is not unreasonable. This is not something that is somehow unconstitutional. We accept these employment conditions when we accept a job. So for someone to conflate dues and fees and say you're being forced to be a member is some kind of linguistic gymnastics that does violence to logic. And right to work has always been against the New Hampshire way of allowing our private employers and employees to set their own terms and negotiations. The government doesn't belong in the negotiating room. So we urge you to once again vote ITL on right to work. And that's all I have to say. If there are questions, I will take them. And I'm not a union boss. Thank you.
There's a question for you. I have to step out. Vice Chairman Seaworth will take over for a moment. Representative McKenzie.
Yes, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. And thank you for coming, President Howes. Are you familiar with the provision in the law which allows the voting by the members on the specific issue of the agency fee? Unlike anything else, there is are you familiar with the part of the law that allows them to petition? A third of the people in the company can petition and vote specifically on that issue. Are you familiar with that provision?
I would have to say that being in the public sector, where the Supreme Court has taken this away from the public sector, I am not as familiar with this as you are. So you would be giving me more information than I have at this point. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. I could certainly check with reliable sources and get information to you on that.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, I would call Pamela Ian, speaking for herself in support of the bill. And following that, Joshua Reap, if he is here. And you need this one.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Pamela Ian, a resident of Concord, New Hampshire, and I speak strongly in favor of this bill. This bill represents our motto, live free or die. Everybody should have the right to decide what to do. Everybody knows the best to do for their own family. I'm a former police officer and I'm also a retired teacher. I've never joined a union. I've never been on the government dole, and I take issue to a previous speaker who made it sound like anyone who's not in the union is on the government dole. That's not true. And also, I was able to save money to help my 2 sons get through college. Now, this bill addresses freedom of association. We have the right to associate with whomever we please. We also have the right not to associate. This bill will help to hold unions accountable. I heard one speaker say that union membership has dropped. Well, part of that reason is because people don't feel that they're being represented, so they don't opt to join a union. Now, the agency fee is something that I haven't really heard too much about here. The agency fee is what I took issue with. When I was a teacher, I had been teaching for 10 years, and as Representative McKenzie said, the teachers decided in the union to vote that everyone must pay an agency fee. So I was already employed, and I had been there for 10 years, and the union bosses came to me and said, you will now pay a fee. First of all, that to me is very un-American. Nobody should be forcing me to pay money I don't wish to pay. So what I did was I did win a religious exemption. But then, ironically, I was told by one of the union lawyers, you can't give your money to St. Vincent de Paul, which is a religious organization. I win because it's a religious objection that I have to the union, and yet they're telling me I can't give my $400 some odd, which to me was not just a little bit. That was a lot. And I ended up having to give to a different charity. Now, I was a police officer in Texas, and I know I've heard people say that if we do away with collective bargaining, which this bill does not address, it is not saying unions can't exist and people can't choose to join them. And I have to say, I wonder why unions are so afraid of right to work, because all it's doing is saying that people don't need to join. And I was a police officer in Texas. We did not have a union, and there was never any problem when contract negotiations came up. So to say that, oh, if you get rid of the collective bargaining, there's going to be chaos, that's not true. At least I have not lived that. Now, I've heard previous speakers say that this bill empowers more government, but I've also heard other people talk about the federal government and what they have done. The federal government is the cause of this. If it wasn't for what the federal government said, we wouldn't need right to work, because people could negotiate their own contracts, or they could get together with like-minded people and do it without having to pay dues to do it. And as I said, in Texas, we never had to do that. We never had to pay someone to go to the city council and negotiate our contract. I've heard someone say that this bill comes up year after year after year after year. Well, if anybody's seen the movie Amazing Grace, yes, it is a movie, but it is based on truth. William Wilberforce brought up for 24 years to get rid of slavery before it was accepted. So if this bill keeps coming up, maybe it's something that people have to start thinking about. And as far as the weekends go, the weekends were actually started by the good Lord, whether you're Jewish and it's on the Sabbath, or Christian, it's Sunday. 6 days of work, 1 day of peace. So that is where the weekend first started. Oh, and also this bill will hold unions more accountable, because people will either want to join or not, depending on their situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Representative Leclerc.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, too. Thanks for coming in and speaking. So initially, a lot of the stuff you said was kind of almost for unions as opposed to being against them, because you were going back and forth kind of, and that's okay, because there's a lot of things on both sides that can be worked out. But my question is, do you think that unions are afraid of right to work, or right to work is afraid of unions?
I think seeing all the people in this room that have come out for unions and in other testimonies that I've given in the years, the unions are afraid of right to work. And I don't understand that because it's not against the union. It's just giving me as an individual or you as an individual the right to decide. And that is what being an American is.
Yeah, and I agree with you. If I could follow up, please.
Follow up.
Yeah, the right to decide is definitely everybody's right. I agree with you. I worked non-union and like other people here, started off non-union and then went because they wanted to. So I guess that's more of a statement than a question. But again, thanks for your testimony.
You're welcome, sir.
Are there further questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Earlier, you said that the agency fee that you were expected to pay as a teacher was created by the union. Was it created by the union or was it created by an agreement between the union and the school board?
It was probably the latter. The members of the union, after 10 years, they did vote that anyone who was not in the union would be forced to pay this agency fee. So unfortunately, that put me at odds with my fellow workers because they voted to take money from me after 10 years.
Follow up.
But again, was the union able to do that on their own, or did they do that along with an agreement with the school board, who was the employer?
Right, it was definitely an agreement with the school board, but it wasn't something that I signed up for when I first became a teacher there. And even though it was an agreement, it's still wrong. I mean, there are lots of things the government does, agreements that are wrong. And whether it's from years ago or now, we see that. The thing is, I'm an individual, and I was always taught to fight my own battles, and that's the way I am. And if I have a problem, I will address it to whomever, whether it's an employee, employer, or whoever.
Any further questions? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the Janus decision?
Yes, I am. It's for public employees only. So after 2018, I did not have to pay in anymore.
Follow up.
I want to ask you this respectfully. But during the course of your career, when you were covered by a collective bargaining agreement, did you take the benefits that were negotiated?
Yeah, I had to. I had no choice.
You had to.
Yeah.
So you took the.
I couldn't say to my boss, I don't want to be paid this amount.
Further follow?
Follow.
So the union negotiated the benefits. There was a contract, and you were covered by that contract, and you took all of the benefits and enjoyed all of the coverage that every other person in that bargain unit received.
I earned the benefits, and I earned whatever. And again, it's the federal government that set up this problem to begin with, and two wrongs don't make a right. So I think what Representative Love said is very valid, that the union needs to address the federal government and get rid of the collective bargaining. Because no, it isn't fair that I can be represented by something that I don't pay for. But on the other hand, it's not fair for them to take my money either.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next up is Josh Reep, followed by Michael McCarthy, if he's here.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And before I get my testimony, I just want to say I know this is a very long hearing, and I got to say it's a testament to the people of New Hampshire that we could be civil, but yet in a situation that's a very polarized world. It's really great to see so many people with different opinions remaining civil and respectful and hearing from each other. So I hope that we can be an example for the rest of the country in that regard. But at any rate, my name is Joshua Reep. I'm the president and CEO of Associated Builders and Contractors. We represent nearly 300 construction firms and associated businesses across New Hampshire. Our association believes in the free enterprise system is fundamental to our success as the American way of life. We believe that the employer must have a concern for the general welfare of the employee and that there must be fair compensation for that work performed. At the same time, we believe that employees have an obligation for satisfactory performance of work assigned. We believe legislation that embraces fair play for employer and employees is essential for the preservation of our free enterprise system. And today I'm here in support of HB 1377, which actually would provide the private sector with the same rights already enjoyed by the public sector and workforce. We believe that any law that's passed should protect the rights of employees for work regardless of race, color, creed, age, sex, national origin, or membership or non-membership in an organization. We believe work opportunities should be made available to all legal residents, and we support programs toward that end. We support right to work simply because laws like this guarantee workers can seek employment without fear that they'd be required to join or pay fees associated for a union when they are hired. These laws simply allow workers who do not want to participate in a collective bargaining agreement to opt out of joining the union or paying dues or fees associated with that. If all or most of the members of a bargaining unit believe a union representation will represent their interests, then nothing in a right to work law, such as the one before you, would prohibit them from exercising their federally protected right to organize a union and bargain with their employer. However, in a right to work environment, what changes is people are liberated from the violence, coercion, intimidation, and peer pressure that ultimately comes as part of unionization campaigns in closed shop states such as New Hampshire. At the same time, underneath right to work laws, as we've seen in the public sector, unions are held accountable to their workers. They have to justify their existence. They have to have a relationship with those individuals. They just can't take for advantage. I have 1,000 people that I'm representing and I don't need to answer everybody. Under right to work, everybody has a voice. Everybody has a bit more power within their organization, within their union, to have their voice heard. Opponents state that the wages are lower in right to work states. They're entitled to their own beliefs, but not necessarily their own facts. Facts of the matter today is that today's market is an employee market, and with the labor shortages that were actually talked about earlier across all sectors, but particularly in construction, wages and benefits are higher now than ever as employers compete for talented labor. What opponents further fail to mention is that when you have a collective bargaining agreement, it takes away an individual's right to negotiate with their employer directly what they feel they should be compensated for. And in an open shop world, if someone feels I'm not making what I deserve, I can go somewhere else. But rather than do that, I am allowed to speak directly to my employer. In a union collective bargaining agreement, I am prohibited from having a direct conversation with my employer. So I can't go to the owner, I can't go to my supervisor and say, I want more pay. That's left up to the union collective bargaining agreement. So in this era where we have a market where it is an employee high demand market, individuals that are subject to collective bargaining agreements, the employer, one, can't directly negotiate with those individuals. And secondly, that employer can just fall back and say, hey, the CBA says I only have to pay this much and that's all I'm going to pay you. So it actually is a detriment to people in this current labor market. And another thing I'd like to point out too, that on unionstats.com, there's some interesting data and information out there. When the state became subject to the Janus decision and union workers in the public sector had the choice whether or not to pay a fee or to join the union, they didn't see a substantial drop in union membership from my understanding from unionstats.com, which is publicly available. It's a website run by Trinity University as well as Georgia University. It takes Bureau of Labor Statistics data and analyzes it by sector. I would argue too, here in New Hampshire, actually about 90% of the construction workforce chooses to have a direct relationship with their employer. Well, you might say to me, well, why do you want right to work then? Simple. I want to make sure that people aren't subject to the coercion and peer pressure and violence that oftentimes comes with, not often, but sometimes with these organization campaigns. Because if people have a situation where the union has to go in there and negotiate and justify themselves to the individual, you have a better relationship, better working relationship between the worker and the union. In closing, I thank you for your time and ask that you support HB 1377 for the opportunity for all people in New Hampshire. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Leclerc, followed by McKenzie.
Sure.
Does the ABC have? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Does the ABC have a registered apprenticeship, and what does it cost anybody that joins to go there?
Yep. ABC is the only construction trade association across the country that's dedicated to trade development. We have other trade associations that do management training. We do that too, but we also have apprenticeship programs. And it varies by state. We have one in New Hampshire. We have one in Vermont. I know the New York chapter has multiple trades as well. How does it get paid for? The employers pay for it. It's not something the individual pays for. That's the other thing in the open shop world. You earn while you learn. The employer pays for the tuition more often than not. Now, every company can choose to do that differently, just like every company can negotiate with their collective bargaining agreement differently in the union world. But in our world, in my experience with my members, the employer pays for the training.
And it's registered, right? It's
Yes.
registered with the state?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks. Can I follow up, please?
Yes, follow up.
You said that typically workers are prohibited in the union from speaking to their employers.
Well, there's a grievance process involved with most collective bargaining agreements will outline how to handle grievances, how to handle issues. In my experience, working for an employer that was non-union then became unionized.
Can I just, I'm talking,
Sure.
I apologize.
Sure.
I
That's
should have
okay.
been a little bit more forthright about wages.
Sure.
You say they were prohibited from speaking about wage? I heard earlier that there was testimony that someone said, hey, this is the minimum that we're going to pay you. But you can talk to your employer about possibly getting more if you think you're more, or if you're running a job, or et cetera. So where is the prohibition?
Well, if you're
of
running a
speaking to
job, your pay scale changes because your position changes. If you're talking about a CBA being a minimum floor, that's negotiated between the employer and the union representation, not necessarily the individual workers on that job site. That's between the business agent or the representative of the union and the employer. That's not up. So if Josh Reap wants to say, I want $3 more an hour, I can't just go to the company owner and ask him for that. I probably could try, but he's going to remind me that it's up to I need to talk to my business agent and go through the channels. It's determined by the union, because when you join a union, you waive certain rights as an individual to collectively decide those as a group. And that's where the union steps in to represent you on behalf of you to the employer.
Follow
Follow up.
up? Yeah, I've been in the carpenters union for 28 years. I was actually a business rep for 5 years.
Okay.
When someone wants more money or would like more money, obviously, they talk to their employer. They don't come to the business agent and say, hey, can I get a raise from my company? It's directly.
Okay.
It really is
Well,
direct.
if I'm wrong on a fact, I'll accept that.
And you said minimum wage. So if I went to a company, if I was working for a company that belonged to the ABC, and they said, well, I'm sorry, all I have to give you is minimum wage, it was $7.50 an hour.
I don't know
Is
a
that
single
acceptable?
person paying minimum wage right now.
That wasn't my question. They could actually say that, right? Minimum wage is $7.50. All I have to give you is $7.50 an hour.
Anyone can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, I don't have a single contractor that's paying minimum wage for anything like that.
Right. And one more question, if I may.
Because at the same time, that employee can go elsewhere.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
Sure.
And that was going to be another one of my points. But so do you think that your wages, just your hourly wage, are pretty close to what, say, union carpenters make?
My wages, I don't have any. I work for the ABC. I don't.
Your carpenters.
I don't have carpenters who work for the ABC.
Carpenters in the ABC that belong to the ABC, or the carpenters that work for contractors that
Sure.
are part
Okay.
of the ABC.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I
No,
get it.
it's all good. Every company is going to be different, but I don't know what the current carpenter union rate is, and I can't tell you which each contractor pays their carpenters, but I can tell you it's going to be competitive.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative McKenzie.
In your testimony, Mr. Reap, you say this, that people are liberated from violence, coercion, intimidation as frequently part of the unionization campaigns. Can you provide this committee with any evidence that this has happened in New Hampshire? And in contrast to what you said when you opened your remarks, commenting on how civil we are in New Hampshire and how respectful we are to
Sure.
people in general. So can you cite any evidence to back up that statement?
I'd be happy to send you some links to some news stories.
New Hampshire specific news story.
I honestly, I don't. I'll have to look. I don't have necessarily any based on New Hampshire.
Follow up.
Mr. Reed, can you tell me if the ABC is, supports union organizing. The right of people to self-determination and the right of people to organize a union. Do you support that? Does the organization support that?
We support people's decision to choose for themselves whether or not they choose to belong to or organize on their own.
Mr. Chairman, that's not the answer to the question.
That's the answer he gave you. I'm not going to force him to answer differently.
And finally, one final.
Yes, please.
Can you describe for this committee what your experience is in the union environment overall? Have you negotiated contracts? You ever belonged to a union? Have you been part of a negotiating team at all?
I personally have not been part of a collective bargaining team or negotiated contracts.
Thank you.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you very
Vice
much.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In some of the prior testimony, I heard an assertion that if an employer doesn't feel that these fair share agreements are appropriate to the contract, they can simply refuse to negotiate them or to put them in the contract. Do you have any experience with that from the employer's side of the table?
There's been a lot of testimony. Can you say that question again for me?
So what I heard some people say is that if an employer doesn't think this idea that there should be a fair share agreement, that all employees should be required to pay a certain amount to the union, that the employer can simply say no, that they don't want that as part of the contract. Do you have any experience with that?
You're effectively talking about like an agency fee or a shop
Yes,
fee,
right.
That fee is going to be negotiated based on each individual shop's agreement with the union. I can't think of offhand of any situations where there's not been a shop fee. That's something that oftentimes gets. It's always typically found in CVAs.
Thank you.
CVAs?
Collective bargaining agreements.
I thought you said CV. Sorry. Any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there a Michael McCarthy here? He was a card from last week. Or Aubrey Freeman. These are two cards from the last meeting. Yeah. Well, we'll hold that just in case they're out there. Matthew Sauce. I know he was here. Matthew? Oh. Tom Mooney, IBEW. Thank you for whoever's calling out there. Good job. Thank you.
They get a raise.
Must be a union guy.
Give that guy a raise.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Can you hear me? All right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I come to this discussion representing myself as a lifelong citizen of New Hampshire and also a proud union member of IBEW Local 490 for 7 years. I'll keep my remarks brief. I'm speaking out against this bill. It's not what we stand for in New Hampshire. We have already discussed this previously in the legislature numerous times. In 2021, to be exact, the legislature voted this measure down, known previously as SB 61. This has been voted down when we have had both parties in control of the legislature. This brings me to today's hearing. If this legislation was voted down previously, it proves that no matter what side of the aisle you're on, this legislature understands the value of unions and the vital role that unions play in securing jobs for the working people. This legislation does nothing for the working people of New Hampshire. It's actually detrimental. It should be named Right to Work for Less. The average wage in Right to Work states is an average of $8,700 less than the same wage in non-Right to Work states like New Hampshire. A specific piece of this bill I'd like to speak to is 273D8, coercion and intimidation prohibited. More than 7 years ago, I voluntarily walked into the IBW Local 490 office looking for work. I was employed at the time. I had a job. I was in the North Country of New Hampshire, where I spent 9 years below the poverty level in terms of income. I was looking for change. In no way did I feel pressured or coerced to join this organization. In fact, the gentleman I spoke to wanted to make sure I was serious about joining, as I'm in my mid-40s now and was 39 years old then. I have no regrets from joining the union. Do I speak to other electricians about the union? Yes. Am I proud of what I am a part of? Yes. This past June, I was voted in as vice president of our union, and I'm very proud of that. Am I upset when someone has no interest in the union? No. Do I pressure people to join in the conversation? No. I know what I have in my hands. I've worked in many industries in the private and public sector since graduating from St. Anselm College in 2001. I need to go back on something I said. I do have a regret. I do not regret a day of my education. My only regret is I did not find this opportunity in 2001 when I graduated. This bill does nothing but target organized labor and its policies. I'll remind you that without organized labor, historically, we would not have a 40-hour work week, benefits of any kind, protections against child labor, and the list goes on. Supporters of this bill are quick to target unions. They need to understand that we do so much for the good of this country. The history books only talk about labor unions going on strike. Let me be clear. We do much more than strike. I am a father, a brother, a son, and an uncle. My 9-year-old wants me to come and visit his class to talk about what I do for a living. His teacher is very excited about this. My son has discussed wanting to be an electrician when he grows up. I hope he'll follow in my footsteps and join the union, but alas, it's his choice. This legislation is not good for New Hampshire families. It's good for CEOs and investors. Please vote against this bill. Thank you, and I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I'll ask again a few cards I'd had from either as well as today and previously. Is there a Michael McCarthy from Nashua?
Mike McCarthy? And look at see if they submitted testimony.
An Aubrey Freeman from Bridgewater. And you did say that Matthew Sauce had to leave?
Correct. He's going to submit testimony online.
Okay. I have no further pink cards. If there's anyone else who would like to speak, please fill out one now.
Anyone else want to speak? Anybody else?
What numbers?
Like over 1,000 people opposed.
Yeah, but I don't have that.
48 support and 2 neutral.
Okay.
1,410.
Okay.
Sorry, I did fill out.
Probably have our signage.
I don't know.
I think I gave you the one.
What is your name, sir?
Matthew Pejic.
Matthew, I did actually see you fill out a card the other. I was watching.
Yeah, I just heard I heard a different last name, so I was a little bit confused.
What is your name again, sir?
Matthew Pejic.
I have a Matthew Sauce. He was another gentleman. You know, I saw you writing it. Is there any cards up there, folks, that have not come down to see me yet? Sir, I did see you fill it out, but I don't have one. So if you wouldn't mind testifying and then filling out another one for me?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, I don't know where it got lost.
Just testify first and then fill it out?
Yes, testify first, please.
Good morning. My name is Matt Pejic. I'm a resident of Manchester, here representing Workers' Democracy. I've lived in New Hampshire for 4 years. In my time here, I've worked at more than a few manufacturing jobs. New Hampshire is part of a belt of manufacturing in New England area that represents the backbone of American industry. However, While manufacturing in New Hampshire employs 10% of the state's employee workforce, the total average real wages of its workers is considerably less than our counterparts in states around us. Why is this? This is because of the climate of vicious harassment and antagonism that many employers bring against workers who exercise their legal rights as a workforce. I have personally been involved in 2 separate union campaigns at facilities around Manchester Airport, and both times I have witnessed and have been the victim of extensive labor violations and unfair labor practices, including wrongful terminations of lead organizers for protected concerted activity. I'm currently on an active NLRB case where 3 voluntary organizers, including myself, were fired on dubious and nondescript charges within 4 months after our campaign became public knowledge. Not to mention the other charges for brazen acts of surveillance, policy change, misrepresentation of facts, and retaliation. Companies in New Hampshire already feel that they're above the law when dealing with union drives, and right-to-work laws will only embolden them further. Far too often do we speak of unions from a business-oriented or economistic perspective, but the reality is that unions are not just a service for working people. It is in essence the only measure by which workers can effectively combat exploitation and assert dignity at a job site. Unions are organizations formed by workers, organizations that pool their forces, pool their savings, pool their political and civil activity into a united effort because of the vast disproportional power that corrupt wealth and monopoly have in this country. Over the past 50 years, real wages have stagnated while productivity has doubled. Rents have doubled. The cost of buying a home has gone up 255%. College tuitions have gone up roughly 150%, all adjusted for inflation. And traditional pension plans have been nearly entirely replaced by defined contribution or 401k plans, leaving 2 whole generations without a reliable source of income for retirement. The severe loss in buying power and the general poor condition of our economy can be directly correlated with the gradual decline of union membership, which was precipitated by the passing of the Taft-Hartley Act, establishing the state's ability to pass right-to-work legislation. There is a likewise correlation between the number of states that have passed right-to-work bills and the entropy of organized labor. Right-to-work laws in general are only an effort by corrupt wealth and monopoly to break the back of workers. Let us learn from recent examples in Missouri and Michigan where right-to-work was recently defeated and reversed for the first time in decades. Why were they defeated and reversed? Because the American worker had experience in knowing the truth of it. Why should we join those states dominated by corrupt wealth and monopoly, like those in the Deep South, where right to work is an extension of right to slave? We New Hampshireites oppose such slave holdings by power. We live free or die, and right to work for less is anything but freedom. It is a path towards quicker death, to poverty, to continued immiseration of the worker on the production line. Freedom to freeload at the expense of others. Not only freeloading in the sense of receiving benefits without putting in their fair contribution, but also freeloading in the sense of not contributing to the long-term movement of organized labor itself, through the entire history, through all the energy and all of the blood, sweat, and tears that went into building up our rights and building up what we have today. If we want any chance of recovering our economy for the working majority and once again create a good and widely accessible standard of living, the answer is to strengthen our unions, not weaken them. The amount of times this bill has been proposed, despite mass dissent from the public and especially from working families, every single time only tells me that maybe our state delegation does not truly have the interests of the constituency at heart. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Cahill. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, do you have a question?
I just wanted to make sure you have written testimony you were reading from. Can you make sure to send that to us?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, where do I send it?
House, okay.
Yeah, there's an online module to do that, but you can, on the page for the House Labor Committee,
Mhm.
I'm the clerk of the committee. I would include it in the file if you just send it to me.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm sorry, I don't think Mr. Reap is still here, but what you described in earlier in your testimony about trying to organize and then being fired from your job and other sort of, that sounds a bit like the coercion and intimidation that Mr. Reap had in his testimony. You have a comment on that?
I mean, what I've experienced in the course of organizing around Manchester is that if anybody is intimidating anyone, it's the company, especially during the union drive. And that's what I've experienced this whole time.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Larry Moqui, I'm sorry. I'm not French.
Hi, my name's Larry Moquin. I'm a resident of Bow and a member of the Laborers International Union of North America, Local 668 in Manchester. I wasn't going to testify, but I listened to the Association of Building Contractors, and I would just like to bring up to you that the Association of Building Contractors, who supports this legislation, is a membership-driven organization who requires dues, and if their members do not pay dues, they will no longer receive the services. I just wanted to make that clear to everybody, and that is my testimony.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much. I hold in my hand the final.
Okay, Johnny Carson.
Claudia Estelle? Claudia?
So you're supposed to be like this. I think you're supposed to say something funny.
Okay.
All right. I'm tipping my age.
The last speaker is?
Oops,
We're
I hope this
aging
looks right.
ourselves.
Good morning, Chair Infantine and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm Claudia Estelle. I'm a member of the Economic Justice Mission Group of the New Hampshire Conference of the United Church of Christ. Right to work is not good for the workers of the state of New Hampshire. This legislation comes to us from out of state, and testimony in the past years and this year has been overwhelmingly against the bill for the following reasons. It is a bill that was crafted out of state and doesn't reflect what's happening in our state. Moreover, the history of the bill is racist, seeking to divide workers along race lines and to put down black workers. Racism is something that is not needed in this state and is something that we all need to take a stand on here and across the country. It is an anti-union, anti-worker bill. Many workers and many union members from a variety of industries have spoken about how they have benefited from better pay, better safety, better working conditions because they are members of the union. I can say that for myself as well. They have attested to the training opportunities that they have received and that have helped them gain skills to make them workers of a high standard. Workers testified that the differences in safety. Companies in right-to-work states are less diligent about safety training, and safe working conditions not only keep workers healthy, but save on costs in the long run. Workers in a right-to-work states generally earn less, with half the workers in New Hampshire earning less than a living wage, and over a quarter stating that they have difficulty meeting daily expenses. We should be lifting up workers. Moreover, workers who are respected and paid decently have better morale, which is better for their employers too. The precarious financial situation of low-wage workers leads to food and housing insecurity, poor health, and poor educational outcomes, and more need to seek public assistance, which is funded by taxpayers, not by the employers whose low pay is causing the difficulties. Supposedly, businesses are drawn to states with right to work, but a study showed that those states also have low taxes and inexpensive electricity. New Hampshire has relatively low taxes but high electricity costs, and moreover, we have a housing and a child care crisis, which it discourage workers from coming to New Hampshire and even make it difficult for our own Granite State workers to work. There is also a question of fairness. Workers in the U.S. and New Hampshire already have the choice to work or not to work for a company that has a union. If they work for a company with a union and benefit from the contract and rights that the union has negotiated, if they're expected, then it is only fair that they pay the union dues for those benefits. several analogies have been made. If one works, but we know that if one wants to shop, say at Sam's Club, one pays the membership dues. If you want to travel on a turnpike, you pay the tolls. There are alternatives. I don't have to shop at those shops and I don't have to drive on the turnpike. Similarly, workers can choose to work in a non-union shop. And finally, as a retired public educator in New Hampshire, I am always pleased to hear from former students. And in the past year or so, I met a student in his early 20s who was so proud of himself to be a member of IBEW, which afforded him good paying job, training and promotion opportunities, retirement savings, and the opportunity to stay in his home community. We need young workers in our grain state. And for the betterment of our workers, their safety, fair business practices, and the New Hampshire way, please vote this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none,
Testimony?
I emailed it to you, I think.
thank you. Madam Clerk, you want to read something from the online?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say there are some repetitions because people did sign up twice, but with that caveat, the number of people who signed in online to oppose or to support the bill, 48, to oppose the bill, 1,410, and neutral is 2. And then we have these two. I don't know if we can pass these back. This is from the last
Yeah.
one.
Representative Love, could you pass?
All right, thank you very much for your attention. This hearing is one last time. Anyone? Yeah, I always forget to bring it. It sits on my desk and I always forget. So I guess my water bottle.
Use your shoe.
Hearing's closed. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Ready, Brian?
Nikita Khrushchev used his shoe.
Yes.
So I think I can see.
Did anyone hear what I said before? Because we're pushing some early bills that have to be done next Wednesday, anyone that makes a motion or a minority report must stay here and write the blurb before we leave, because I have to approve them and give them to the clerk, so so she can have them first thing in the Thursday morning.
I've got it 3 o'clock, so.
Okay. You mean today or next week?
Today.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Opening the executive session relative to the state minimum wage, House Bill 1322. Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
Motion is ITL. Is there a second? Second by Drago. Discussion? Oh, you have the right to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mike Drago.
Not only should employers work out their wages, having an accelerator takes it out of the hands of the legislative body, and that's not good.
Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak against the motion of ITL. New Hampshire has not raised our minimum wage since 2009. That's a very long time. New Hampshire has the 8th highest cost of living in the country. Although very few people right now are making the minimum wage, mostly it's tipped workers who, if they come in and have a slow shift, then the employer is required to make up their salary to $7.25 an hour. That's a starvation wage. The bill as presented is very conservative. It starts out only raising the minimum wage to like $9.27 an hour. But then a year from now it would be 11, and it goes up to 17 by 2025. And the reason that I chose $17 is because the MIT minimum wage calculator, or excuse me, living wage calculator, says that that's the amount of money that a person would have to make in order to have a decent value of life and a decent quality of life. So that's why we're looking at $17 an hour, because I think one of the things that we need to think about is the quality of life of our constituents. The other reason that I think we need to raise the minimum wage is because we are currently in the middle of a worker shortage, and every other state around us has raised their minimum wage significantly, and we are competing with those states for workers. And this $7.25 minimum wage is a red flag to young people who are considering whether they want to stay in the state, or people who are considering moving here, because minimum wage generally it affects people at the beginnings of their career and people at the lower end of the wage scale. So, I mean, I think it's part of our job as policymakers to create conditions that promote economic growth. And right now, the limiting factor in growing the New Hampshire economy is the labor force. So if we're not going to do things to make our state more competitive, then we're really hampering economic growth in the state. And I think that that's why it's important to pass this bill. Thank you.
Representative, thank you. Representative Cahill, followed by Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree that the workforce is a major problem, as is housing, as is childcare, and this is why people need to make more money to be able to afford those things. Personally, I would have been a bit more gradual, but this is what was offered, and I'll support it.
Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And be patient, I forgot my glasses. But I want to say that I'm in opposition of this motion, because I know that there are workers in my city who work 2 or 3 jobs to pay their rent, heat, as well as putting food on their table for their families. Though this bill is not a living wage bill, it can help lift individuals and families out of poverty. establish a degree of economic security for them, and reduce chronic anxiety and stress often experienced due to income insufficiencies. Employers would benefit from lower employee turnover and less money spent on hiring and training. So far, there is no empirical evidence raising the minimum wage causes an increase in unemployment or job loss. In fact, a Goldman Sachs analysis of the 13 states that have raised their minimum wage found that the states where the minimum wage went up had faster employment growth than the states where the minimum wage remained at the 2013 level. And we haven't raised our minimum wage since 2007. As a taxpayer, I am also concerned that many of these workers who will benefit from this minimum wage, they'll depend on government safety net programs to supplement their salaries to meet their basic needs like food, shelter, transportation, and heating. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this ITL on this minimum wage bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome, Representative Love, followed by Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting this ITL motion, and my reasoning behind that is I have a family member that 24 years old, has a GED, no college whatsoever, had a 6-year run with crack cocaine, been sober for a year and a half. She has no resume to brag about whatsoever. And she just got a job for $18,000 plus, $18 an hour plus commission. Let's let the market dictate. Thanks.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr.
Followed by
Chair.
Sullivan. Sorry.
I get that anecdotal evidence for our loved ones around us can influence our views on this. I don't know if you listened to my speech, if you were at the State House on session day when the $15 bill that I was the lead sponsor on, all my talking points were about Ronald Reagan and his value of hard work, with the hope I would win over some Republicans to the cause. One Republican did come over, and so for that, I do think it was worth it. And maybe this won't change your mind, but I think there are pretty compelling arguments to make that would appeal to Republicans. I know this because the data supports this. When you poll the average Granite Stater and you say, would you like New Hampshire to have a higher minimum wage than $7.25 an hour? At least the last poll I saw that did only go to 15. The majority of Republican voters in New Hampshire supported this. So rank and file Republicans are with us on this issue. This is a bipartisan issue. Why then would we, as a bipartisan body, want to do that? And I would say to support capitalism. The market has failed us in this area. Over 130,000 Granite Staters make less than 15. I'm sorry that I don't have that up to date about how many make less than 17, but it's obviously going to be more than 130,000 Granite Staters. With that high of a figure, all of these folks making subpar wages live in all of our districts, impacts our economy significantly. And our economy isn't as good as the surrounding states that all have essentially double what we have. And I'll just end on this point because I think it, to me, is the number one point. I will die on this hill. This is the one issue I will die on, is issues of wages. And that's the notion of working poor. We live in America, in one of the wealthiest states, as Representative Staub pointed out, in the country. We live in a place of enormous wealth. Certainly true of the people who probably serve in this body. I can't say that I know that for sure. We are a privileged group. And I don't have a problem with privilege. I do have a problem with the notion of working poor. No one in America, in the Granite State, should work full time and not be able to pay rent or feed their children or take care of the basics. much less have to struggle to pay for medication or childcare, all the other things. As a Catholic, as a person of moral, I don't know, I can't say that I'm the best human being necessarily, but I try. I just morally have a huge problem with this. The notion that we, a wealthy, privileged state, would allow something like working poverty to be a concept that we perpetuate. And so I just urge you, regardless of your vote today, think about that. Talk to your constituents. We need this. If we need to pass this in the near future, and it is beyond suffering at this point. And capitalism has not paid enough attention to what the aspect of workers in a capitalist economy and that as a value in society. And if we don't turn that around, it's going to hurt all of us, because it certainly has hurt the state's economy. I try to keep it brief.
Thank you.
But anyway, there's my honest thought.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. Minimum wage keeps going up, up and up and up in the states around us. In New Hampshire, it goes up in the bills that we propose. The first bill I was involved with was a $12 minimum wage. Then it was a $15 minimum wage. Now it's a $17 minimum wage. And those are all appropriate numbers for their time. The problem is we've not adopted any of them. And I've said it before, I'm embarrassed to be in a state that does not have a competitive minimum wage. It hurts us. As has already been stated, it sends a message to young workers that we don't care enough about them to provide the lowest wage earners a competitive minimum wage. It's the least we can do, and I will oppose the ITL in favor of a different motion. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie, followed by Colton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if we look at this strategically, and we look at the fact that there are 50,000 people leaving the state of New Hampshire every day to work in a different state than New Hampshire. If you look at the fact that Massachusetts minimum wage is $15 an hour, a simple trip across the border, you're in the $15 an hour range. If you go to Vermont, you're in the $13.67. If you go to Maine, you're in $14.15. So those people live on the border. And those people who every day, now I'm not saying the minimum wage workers, all of that 50,000, but that's a documented number that came from an economic study that that Representative Boucher was nice enough to give us. So just think about this. If somebody can get in their car and drive 10 miles and make potentially $8 more an hour, why would they stay in New Hampshire? And there has to be some consideration for this, just strategically looking at it. We talk about this all the time about workers being, we're losing workers. We can't attract them to the state of New Hampshire. And I can tell you, just looking at that economic report, that this situation is going to get worse and worse and worse. And the predictions about how many vacancies are going to be in New Hampshire is staggering. So we need to start thinking about how we're going to keep workers here. And one way to begin the process of keeping workers here is to not let people in other states that surround us raise their minimum wage to the extent that they pull our workers out of the state, which is what's happening each and every day. So I know the arguments. People say, well, this is all going to work out and the economy is going to make it work out. But as Representative Sullivan said, the signal that we're sending, and it's not that we don't even have a minimum wage in the books in New Hampshire. The only reason people are paid $7.25 an hour is because of the federal minimum wage. We eliminated that minimum wage in New Hampshire a few years ago.
Came back.
Excuse me? Wrap it up?
No, I said I believe.
Oh.
we got rid of it and then we brought it back.
I don't think we did.
Okay, my apologies.
Well, what's still there is the tip wage is still in the minimum wage area, but I don't think we ever brought it back.
My
I might be
apologies.
wrong. We'll look at that again, but that's a fact. We got to start thinking about workforce development, how we're going to keep people in the state, how we're going to keep them engaged. And this is one area that everybody says, well, they're getting paid 18 or 15, that the market is really responding to this. When in fact, if that's the case, then what's the big deal? If that's the case, then why aren't we raising the minimum wage to be competitive with other places? And I did workforce development with the AFL-CIO for a very long time. And wages make a difference. They make a difference. And when you can travel a couple of miles and make a lot more money, that makes a difference. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome. Representative Colvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support ITL on this. I said a couple of times here, our federal government is the one that hasn't raised the minimum wage, and I think our complaints need to go to our federal government. And I think that our employers in this state should be able to set their wages, and our employees looking for jobs should be able to demand the wage that they want or find another job. And as we listen to all of the right to work bills, or all the right to work testimony, I've heard time and time again, they don't want to work for a union shop, they can go get a job elsewhere. Well, if they don't want to make $7.25 or whatever the minimum wage is right now, go find a job elsewhere, or tell the employer, I'm not going to work for that dollar amount. Simple as that, and move on. And that will correct the situation. I listened to the news last night, hearing that McDonald's is now charging, I think it was McDonald's in California, they're charging $18 now for a hamburger meal. And people are complaining because this is unaffordable. Well, geez, when you increase the minimum wage at McDonald's to be $15 an hour, what are you expecting? You know, there will forever be an unaffordable minimum wage, because as the minimum wage increase, the cost of goods is going to increase. It just keeps going higher and higher. And then everybody else who's paid above that is going to want their increase, and it just keeps going. So if the federal government is not willing to increase it, I'm fine staying with where it is and letting the employees work it out themselves.
I don't disagree with a lot of the things that were said to my left. And I will say what I said the last 3 times the bill came in front of us. I really wish the House Democrat and House Republican leadership will get together and come to an agreement on this, where we don't have any escalations, we don't have any automatic increases, where we just make a decision what we all know in our heads to be the minimum wage that is going on in this state. Because I don't like being the punching bag of the state and this committee for this issue all the time. There is a solution, but I'm sorry to say this bill is not it, even though I do respect Representative Staub, what you put together. Everyone who has spoken, we're going to vote. Anyone who would like to speak, if they've already spoken. All right, I'm going to take the vote. The motion on the floor is an expedient. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since you and I are, I think, on this roughly same page on this, and that's a start, would it be something that we could defer till next week and try to come up with a number, just or even pass this and a floor amendment that would say it's going to be $14 an hour?
Representative Cahill, you ask me that every year after I give my speech of wanting to resolve this issue once and for all. Mm-hmm. And the answer is coming up with a bill that enough members of both sides will agree to. And mm-hmm. doing it here and holding it for another week in an amendment is not the way to do that. Respectfully, holding the executive session now.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Having once lived in New York, it's like the Mets, maybe next year.
Or like the Red Sox. Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. Madam Clerk, you please call the roll.
Vice Chair Seaworth.
Yes.
Rep. Avalani.
Yes.
Rep. Prout.
Yes.
Rep. Love.
Yes.
Rep. Boyd.
Yes.
Rep. Mason.
Yes.
Rep. Colcom.
Yes.
Rep. Drago.
Yes.
Rep Gagney,
Yes.
Ranking Dem Sullivan,
No.
Rep Haken Phillips, I'm sorry.
No.
Rep Cahill,
No.
Rep DeSilvestro. No. Rep Lloyd,
No.
Rep Bouchard,
No.
Rep McKenzie.
No.
The clerk votes no. Rep Leclerc,
No.
Rep Staub,
No.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
10 to 10.
Representative Sullivan, you're recognized for a motion. Or Representative Staub, whichever.
I move ought to pass.
Motion on the floor is ought to pass, seconded by Representative Staub. You're recognized to speak to your motion.
I think we've said all that needs to be said about the topic. I'm happy to move to a vote.
Anyone else? Motion on the floor is ought to pass. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Seaworth,
No.
Rep Avalani. No. Rep Pratt,
No.
Rep Love,
No.
Rep Boyd,
No.
Rep Mason,
No.
Rep Colcom,
No.
Rep Drago,
No.
Rep Gagney,
No.
Ranking Dem Sullivan,
Yes.
Rep Haken Phillips, I did
Yes.
it again. Rep Cahill,
Yes.
Rep DeSilvestro, Rep Lloyd,
Yes.
Rep Bouchard,
Yes.
Rep McKenzie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Rep Leclerc,
Yes.
Rep Staub,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
No. No recommendation.
10 to 10.
Representative Avalani and Representative
Staub.
Staub will be writing the blurb. Moving on to House Bill 1668, relative to the establishment of a 4-day work week. Representative Drago, you're recognized for a motion.
Yep. I move ITL.
Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate, moved by Representative Drago, second by Representative Prout. You're recognized to speak to your motion.
Okay. Well, during testimony, we heard that they did some studies and they actually found that a shorter work week actually kept revenue the same for businesses, or in some cases actually increased it. And I couldn't wrap my head around that, and I had asked for some more information, which we never received, or at least I never did. So I just revert back to numbers. Numbers are kind of what I always use to fall back on. And in New Hampshire, a lot of the trades, they charge by the hour. They might have a set price for big jobs, but you know, plumbers coming out to repair your house, it's by the hour, electrician, whatever. So if you're a business that has 10 employees and now you go from a 40-hour work week to a 32-hour work week, you're losing 8 hours of billable work per employee. That comes out to 80 hours a week. So I don't see how revenue will increase or even stay the same by decreasing the working hours. So part of the testimony we heard was, well, you just hire more employees. Everybody in this room, both sides agree there's a work shortage. It's not easy just to go out and hire a new employee. And to make up 80 hours of billable labor, that would be over 2 employees. Now you have to go find 2 new employees out of a workforce that already you can't find anybody. On top of that, we learned last time we had a little class on unemployment taxes and all that. So now you're increasing the cost of your business by having new employees. You're probably offering them benefits and everything else. So even to get your revenue the same, now the cost of running a business goes up. And that's just the first half of the bill. And the second half of the bill talked about the way we would pay overtime. And to save time, we don't really need to get into all that, but the way it's done right now is basically the employer sets forth, you know, you can either pay overtime per day or you can pay your cumulative hours at the end of the week over 40, you can pay for that. So having it mandated in a bill to pay a certain way kind of takes away what's always been the, you know, the option of a business owner himself. So And I don't really support bills that force it one way and not the other. And for that reason, I can't support this bill.
Thank you. Representative Sullivan.
I think this is an interesting concept. And I have read and actually heard some radio programs discussing the 4-day work week. And I think in some circumstances, it would make for a good experiment. However, to make it a required part of our workplace is in many instances difficult, if not impossible. And frankly, maybe there will come a time way down the road where this will take be more appropriate and more popular. But right now, I think it's in the category of an experiment. I hope people continue to experiment with it and get more data to see if more employers and employees might benefit from it. But as a bill, it certainly is not something I can support. So I will support the ITL.
I don't see any other hands. To speak, the motion on the floor is, oh, Brian? No. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. Just stay for the vote, please, Representative, and then he's doing double duty, 2 executive sessions in 2 different rooms. Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. It's been moved and seconded. We've had a discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Oh, Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Vice Chair Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Avalani. Yes. Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Love.
Yes.
It's his idea. Rep. Mason,
Yes.
Rep. Colcom,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Gagny,
Yes.
Ranking Dem Sullivan,
Yes.
Rep. Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Hacken Phillips. I keep doing. Is it Hacken or Haken?
It's hacking like a computer hack.
Thank you.
And yes.
I hope my conditioned behavior will fix that next time. Rep. Cahill,
Yes.
Rep. D. Silvestro. Yes. Rep. Lloyd,
Yes.
Rep. Bouchard,
Yes.
Rep. McKenzie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Rep. Leclerc,
Yes.
Rep. Staub,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
20-0.
Any objection to consent agenda? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative. House Bill 1023 FN, relative to requiring employers to provide notice of resources available to support veterans with post-traumatic stress disorders. Representative Sullivan, you recognize for a motion.
I move interim study.
Moved by Representative Sullivan, seconded by Representative Avalani. You recognize to speak to your motion.
This is a bill that came to us with no sponsor presenting it. I'm not entirely sure what his motives were. The sponsor didn't come.
Yeah, there's a identical bill.
That I understand.
That
yeah.
and he wanted it in the Senate.
Right. So bottom line is, the sponsor asked us to ITL this bill. I'm moving interim study because I, for one, do not want to be voting against veterans with PTSD. So we can vote to study it rather than kill it because it's got a better look. Thank you.
And if something gets messed up in the Senate, we have the bill.
That's right.
Any other comments? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is interim study. It's been moved and seconded. We've had discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please, when you have a second,
Give me a second.
let her.
All right, that's all I needed. All right.
Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Avalani,
Yes.
Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Love,
Yes.
Rep. Boyd. That's all right. Rep. Mason,
Yes.
Rep. Colcom,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Gagny,
Yes.
Ranking Dem Sullivan,
Yes.
Rep. Hacken Phillips,
Yes.
hey. Rep. Cahill,
Yes.
Rep. D. Silvestro,
Yes.
Rep Lloyd,
Yes.
Rep Bouchard,
Yes.
Rep McKenzie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Rep Leclerc,
Yes.
Rep Staub,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
That is 19-0. That motion passes.
Okay. Next is House Bill.
Consent calendar,
Yeah.
yes?
I'm sorry, yes. Any objection?
All right.
House Bill 1072 FN relative to prohibiting employers from using polygraph testing. Recognize Representative Avaloni for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
Motion on the floor is an expedient to legislate. Moved by Representative Avaloni, seconded by Representative Love. You're recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of the testimony gave us pause to look at this, and one question that came up was suspect questioning if they needed to do a polygraph on them, and this would prohibit that. So for that reason, and amongst others, it shouldn't go forward. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'm a fan of doing polygraph tests on prospective employees. However, we didn't hear about any employers that were actually doing it, other than perhaps law enforcement, which there is an exception for. And I guess I'm not in favor of passing legislation that solves problems that do not presently exist. So I will support the ITL.
I see no other hands. The motion on the floor is an expedient to legislate. It's been seconded and we've had discussion. Ready for the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chair Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep Avaloni,
Yes.
Rep Prout,
Yes.
Rep Love,
Yes.
Rep Boyd, Rep Mason,
Yes.
Rep Colcom,
Yes.
Rep Drago,
Yes.
Rep Gagney,
Yes.
Ranking Dem Sullivan,
Yes.
Rep Hacken Phillips,
Yes.
Rep Cahill,
Yes.
Rep Di Silvestro, Rep Lloyd,
Yes.
Rep Bouchard,
Yes.
Rep McKenzie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Rep Leclerc,
Yes.
Rep Staub,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
19-0, the motion passes.
Any objection to consent agenda? Thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1226 FN relative to the protection of freelance employees. Recognize Representative Sullivan for a motion.
I move interim study.
Motion
Second.
floor is interim study, seconded by Representative Schultz. You're recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think the sponsor of this bill acknowledged that it really didn't do all of what he wanted it to. The person who testified at length, who's in a freelance working situation, I think also felt like they were sort of grasping at straws. This is not a problem in search of a solution. Well, this is a problem in search of a solution. We just didn't find it with this bill. So as an aside, during our discussion of it, it was suggested that there are some unions out there, such as the Musicians Union or the Screen Actors Guild or the Writers Guild, who do loosely pull together groups of people who do not have the same employer or do not have even consistently the same employer individually. But it does set some standards for their employment, and there might be something to work with there. But bottom line is it needs work. And I think we should encourage the sponsor to continue his work on this and hopefully come back with something in a year. Thank you.
I initially felt that this bill should go to interim study after listening to testimony online. And because I think it's not our job to teach people what to do with their bills and to tell them how to fix them necessarily all the time. It's clearly something that is going on. It's a clearly post-COVID type of situation. It even has a name, now, gig employee or gig jobs or all these other things that go on. It will be worth the exercise, and I say that in a polite way, to understand what is allowed and what is not by our Department of Labor rules and our other rules regarding health insurance and such. So again, while I don't think it's our job necessarily to teach someone how to fix their bills or to resolve their issues, there's more benefit that can come out of this for all of us and anyone who wants to stay on this committee for years to come, because this will continue to be an issue that needs to be addressed. So I do support your motion. Seeing no other hands, the motion's been made, seconded, and we've had discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is
Interim study. Yeah. 226. Vice Chair Seaworth.
Yes.
Rep. Babalani. Yes. Rep. Prout.
Yes.
Rep. Love.
Yes.
Rep. Boyd. Rep. Mason.
Yes.
Rep. Colcom.
Yes.
Rep. Drago.
Yes.
Rep. Gagney.
Yes.
Ranking Dem Sullivan.
Yes.
Rep. Hacken Phillips.
Yes.
Rep. Cahill.
Yes.
Rep. D. Silvestro. Yes. Rep. Lloyd.
Yes.
Rep. Bouchard.
Yes.
Rep. McKenzie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Rep. Leclerc.
Yes.
Rep. Staub.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
19-0, the motion passes.
Any objection to consent? Seeing none. That's right, because it's, yeah. And that's why I didn't call the first one. No interim, right? Correct, it's not going on the calendar.
No, it's the same as retained. It's just second year. This is our version of retained in year 2.
Yeah, so it's not gonna go in. All right. Our last bill for the day. We need to be out of here in 15 minutes because Mom's got an appointment with Mr. Sullivan as well as an appointment. House Bill 1315 FN relative to the definition of wages for the purposes of unemployment compensation. Representative Seaworth.
I move ITL.
Motion on the floor is ITL.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Representative Avalani. Representative Sullivan, Seaworth, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you very much. The prime sponsor and our colleague, Representative McKenzie, has asked that we ITL this bill, not to try to put words in his mouth, but he offered that the concept wasn't really ready to be advanced as legislation. So I'd like to honor that.
Seeing no other hands to speak, the motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. It's been moved and seconded. It's time for the roll. Madam Clerk.
Well, y'all are quicker than me at this
Yeah,
moment, but
you're gonna give her a second here, folks.
work expands to fill time.
So you ladies, it's sometimes it's a little harder.
What?
The ladies and gentlemen that are joining us from other committees. We do.
Kumbaya. Okay. All right. Vice Chair Seaworth.
Yes.
Rep. Avalani.
Yes.
Rep. Prout.
Yes.
Rep. Love. Rep. Boyd. Rep. Mason.
Yes.
Rep. Colcom.
Yes.
Rep. Drago.
Yes.
Rep. Gagney.
Yes.
Ranking Dem Sullivan.
Yes.
Rep. Hacken Phillips.
Yes.
Rep. Cahill.
Yes.
Rep. Di Silvestro. Rep. Lloyd.
Yes.
Rep. Bouchard.
Yes.
Rep. McKenzie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Rep. Leclerc.
Yes.
Rep. Stow.
Yes.
Mr. Chair. 19-0, the motion passes.
be on the consent agenda. We have one more piece of business, Representative Seaworth.
A question to Representative Sullivan on the bill that I submitted that had to do with the probate. We had talked about whether it was appropriate to have a study committee on that, and just wanted to get an opinion whether we want to try to schedule that. It's on our calendar for next Wednesday, to be exact. Is that something we want to formally do a subcommittee? Do we want to work offline?
It can be removed from.
Yeah,
if
we
you'd
could
like.
delay it
Okay,
if
it's not one of the early bills that has to get done.
It seemed like something that you as sponsor believed needed some work and amendment. Is that correct?
So I came up with a number. The $3,000 is the number in that bill. It sounded like from the discussion that other members might have preferred a different way of calculating that, and that I am open to anything that would find a resolution to it. I'm not against my number, but I'm not particularly for it either.
Okay. I think coming up in the spirit of 20 to nothing, it might be nice to work on it to make sure that we've got something that is a consensus. I mean, I don't think it's a volatile issue. Frankly, I think if we did nothing, it probably wouldn't be the end of the world. But because it's not like anybody's been knocking our door down to fix this thing. We had to go looking for it. But just the same, if we're going to fix it, if we can fix it in a way that people feel is most acceptable by most everyone, that'd be a good idea. And put something else in the consent calendar. So yes, I would be willing to work on it.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, maybe an appropriate way to schedule that is to defer the executive session and schedule a subcommittee when we finish our meeting a week from now, maybe?
I will notify our assistant that we will be removing that bill from executive session next week. And then if you and Representative Sullivan would get me the appropriate members, so we can announce it next week.
How many are we looking for? Two? Two each. Representative Bouchard, did you say you would do it? Bouchard and Sullivan will be.
Bouchard, Sullivan, Avaloni, and Seaworth. Oh, were you saying you were volunteering or you have a question?
Volunteering and I have a question.
Okay, yes, question.
Sounds like a good time.
Is there any reason we can't announce that today and get started?
With the 4 members have now been announced. I don't want to take everyone's time. If you guys can come up with a date, I'll get it in the calendar. If you let me know today. You guys look at your calendar.
I think the suggestion was to meet next Wednesday.
Right.
After the executive session?
Yes, immediately following
Fine.
the executive session.
That's why I said okay.
Okay, I apologize. I guess I dismissed that one. No. So I'm announcing a subcommittee. What's the bill number, Brian?
I can't remember now.
1201.
On House Bill 1201, Representative Sullivan, Bouchard, Seaworth, and Avaloni. It will meet after the executive session next Wednesday, 13th. And the other business to come before this committee. Seeing none, thank you very much. If you have amendments, if you have anything coming up, let me know. Also, we are pushing, obviously, because we have early bills next week. We have had all of our hearings, so we will have a little time. I'm not going to be cramming. We have till March 15th to get some of the other things done. I will meet with Representative Sullivan, and we'll work out a schedule of when we're going to meet, and we'll let everyone know. Thank you very much for your time, everyone, today. Thank you.
I did every one of these wrong.
So if you